Hello, everyone. Welcome to LOCKBEARD Phenomena, number 30, 1 million Sasquatch. It is February 5th, 2022. What's going on, everyone? See Mr. Lee, Patty Troy already here. Welcome. Uncle Bones, welcome. Mark Dobman, welcome. Brian and Chewy are here. I'm sure they're both glued to the screen. Well, I mean, maybe not Chewy, but at least Brian. Saw your interview the other night. Pretty cool, man. I think I already mentioned that. But welcome. Another day in the life. Welcome. Oh, see if anybody else is coming here. Yeah, I'm sure. There's a lot of people like, no, there is not. There is no way there's 1 million Sasquatch out there. But um, I've said some stuff about that in the past, and it's such a big subject to cover. Like, I'm going to try and cover some of it tonight, but it's just that there's a lot to consider when trying to speculate on this, and it is ultimately just speculating. We're trying to make an educated guess. We don't have any freaking data on the Sasquatch specifically to make any kind of population estimate. So, but the potential is what I'm going to try and make a case for some tonight, and then a couple other things about it. I mean, this will be an ongoing thing. I think there's a couple things that I say that I think are true about Sasquatch. One, I think their numbers are way higher than what most people think, and two, I think they are almost certainly the same species as us, and I don't think I've heard anyone say that. So hopefully this channel serves as record of this, and one day I get recognition for the seeing that, understanding that was not only just a possibility but almost a likelihood. Ernie's here. Welcome. Oh, you're welcome, Brian. Yeah. And besides, I'm sure a lot of y'all that you want to see Sasquatch. You're out there looking for them. Some of you. I think you like that number, 1 million, better than a few thousand, which is what most people think. That'd be unfortunate if there was only a few thousand. Donald Fuller is here. Welcome. Says hi, Lockbeard. Hi, folks. I'm warming up. Don't take it personal if I don't shout you out. Papa Craig's here. Welcome. Brian says, me too, Lockbeard, especially in states that have huge area of forest lands and protected forests, even up here in the Northeast between Western Mass, New Hampshire, Vermont, Maine, as well as the Adirondacks. Yeah. People have no idea how much area there is up in where you're talking about there, and that is, nothing against that area. That's nothing compared to you start looking over in the Rockies and looking at some of the Canadian areas. People, some of the things I hear people saying, I feel like, because here I am, I'm going to be the one saying, don't attribute human standard to something that I'm telling you I think is human. That's kind of funny, but um, but yeah, because like worried about Sasquatch getting cold. Some people seem, worried about, um, even up to discussion of them using fire a little bit, which they may. I don't know. I haven't seen any convincing evidence of that, but when I know from personal experience that humans can endure. Hell, the other night, because I had the van warmed up and the water was running off of it, and this wing window over here, uh, didn't like it's something. It's I need to do something to it because it's kind of screwed up. So it stayed cracked. I got to fix where it isn't now, but it stayed cracked, and that water was coming in that wing window, and I didn't realize it. And I fall asleep right here in the pilot seat usually, and the water drained in and got on my blanket there. I had no idea. And I don't run the heat at night. Yeah, it's a little propane heater, camping heater I use, but I don't run it at night because I just think it's dangerous. So I go to sleep. I wake up in the morning. The blankets that I have on me are frozen to the freaking door. The window's frozen shut. It got down in low teens or something, but not an issue for me because I've been doing this shit for years. Um, Not that I can't get cold, but I'm just saying, I'm a believer that people should engage in at least some cold tolerance training, a la Wim Hof. Um, and nobody ever knows how to spell that name. Well, some people who've heard of him know. This guy, he's got like 27 world records in cold tolerance, sitting in ice water and running in the Arctic barefoot and able to maintain his body temperature a lot better than most people because he's, kind of trained himself to. Well, ancient man would have been having to do that sometimes when they lived in those kinds of areas. So they had a lot more. You have a lot more ability to withstand cold than but right in our society though, everyone's in a house that's all warm and they're wearing warm clothing, and they're weak. They become weak in that regard. So there's something to consider. So look at Sasquatch, which is, it looks like to me, far more adapted to handle cold. um, I certainly went through the ice age uh, without clothing, unlike us. So people need to kind of remember that the cold is not as big an issue for Sasquatch by far. Um, I mean, well, as far as we can surmise. Let me catch up in the chat. Oh yeah, for sure, says Brian. Um, and people are worried about migration patterns and stuff because of the cold. I'm thinking, if Sasquatch migrates to like lower altitudes in the wintertime, it's because he's following the game. And the game's out there and they're doing just fine. So, it's, yeah. Uncle Bones says, agreed, Lockbeard, many more than most believe. Another day says, maybe that's why Rangers train in upstate New York. Perhaps. Scotty's here. Welcome. Late live last night. Liked them a lot. Yeah, some of these lives are a little late for me. I end up falling asleep. you know, but we have Papa Craig says we have around 80,000 elk hidden in eastern Oregon. Try to find them. Yeah, and the fact that that gives you a little better perspective than your average person out there who has never hunted elk. A lot of these Bigfoot investigators. Um, a lot of them are hunters. A lot of them are real woodsmen, but some of them, they're trying to act like they're. And I ain't saying I'm the greatest woodsman. I've never been a hunter, but I recognize I recognize the guys that sit out there for hours, trying to track down an animal in butt ass cold weather. Uh, you know, but some of these investigators, I guarantee you, they're not. I'm not saying anything bad about the people that are not willing to do more than this. I'm just saying, they talk a big game, but they're really just pulling their truck up to the side of the road and, walking into the woods a little bit and taking a little stroll. And so, but yeah, and I don't got elk. I put together a bit of a presentation. I didn't include elk, but I did put moose on there. I was thinking about putting the extinct stag moose on there, but I didn't put that on there. I went ahead and just used moose because they're here now, and they're a big enough animal to use as an example. Someone said on one of the live streams, um, the moose they're eating grass, or plant matter, as if it was a proper retort to, well, Bigfoot's not doing that. Of course not. Bigfoot's eating damn moose. That's how an ecosystem works, and yeah, of course he's not eating the grass. Another, well, he might eat some of it. I don't know. Scotty, everybody missed. Set my phone down. Um, Stopped raining yet, mate? For Scotty. Papa Craig says I did another day. I got to figure out how to stay up later. My back gets to aching so bad. Scotty says, Mark, sunny mate for change. Hard to believe it's summer. Wim Hof is cool, says Mr. Lee. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think everybody should, when you got a Sunday or something, you're just kind of hanging out and just take a look at this guy. And maybe consider, like doing the cold shower thing. You don't have to sit in ice, but turn your shower cold, get some cold water on your head at least. Start small. You don't have to jump right into a big bucket of ice. The immune system control thing is really interesting. So, he's actually trained people. It's been scientifically observed and documented, to where they were able to cure themselves. I can't remember what they injected them with, but they injected them with some kind of pathogen, and they were every one of them that he trained, were able to cure themselves. Don says, I've had to tolerate 5 degrees for the last 4 hours trying to get my wheeler running. Yep, there you go. It sucks when you're doing it, but, it toughens you up. And have at least 3 blankets for me. Cold never used to be an issue for me till I got older than dirt, says Papa. Yeah, age sometimes, does that. I know this is, I can tell a huge difference in body temperature regulations post lupus. Oh, yeah. Layer. Yeah. Never bothered me, Papa, says Donald. I used to snowmobile in minus 20 conditions in sneakers. Can't or don't want to do it no mo. Yeah, it never gets to negative 20 around here. Better now another day. I used to take a sweat every morning and then jump in an ice cold river. Yeah, there you go. Donald says, I got a theory Bigfoot are using moose like we use horses. Good way to hide tracks. I saw that on the other live. Leon Thompson witnessed one on a moose. Did he now? Um, Mr. Lee says the health benefits of cold showers or baths over time are amazing. Hot and cold. Once I get cold, it takes a while to warm back up. Vice versa with heat. Yeah. Brian says, when I hike, I strip down to one base layer. Hiking mountains, or you will sweat. So stay on the move. Keeps you warm. Yeah. I can't remember who it was. There's this guy that like would go and like debunk, people making different claims, and he was going to go and debunk Wim Hof, and so he went there. Wim Hof trained him, and then I think they hiked. I think they hiked up Mount Kilimanjaro, and like I can't remember which one of them it was. Like they were in shorts and like no shirt or something. And he said, I think Wim put on a sweater at some point. He said, but it was minus 30 degrees. So, but he couldn't debunk Wim Hof. Wim Hof was absolutely correct. You have some degree of control. I mean, there's limits. There are limits, of course, but you have a lot more control over that than most people think. Hot and cold showers recommended as COVID treatments. Huh. I haven't heard people recommending that. I recommend people just don't believe in something that isn't real. Oh, did I say that? YouTube's gonna freaking ban me. I still haven't found anyone who can prove to me that anyone has died from anything other than normal causes. Anyone who could explain why all cause mortality statistics have not had an uncharacteristic rise. There should be a rise if there's something new killing people, right? Well, it hasn't happened. Along with several other problems that point to complete and total fraud. But they've convinced people. They have convinced people. And then they made it a political issue as well. So they got half the country who feel like supporting the narrative is their duty as a particular member of a particular political group. So this is what they always do. They make us fight. They can take any issue, and as long as they can, arrange it so that this party is pro and this party is con. They got the people, all the team, the joined up team members are ready to fight each other, just like puppets. It's comical, but it's sad, and it's very easy. Like turn off TV. I haven't had TV in several years. Closest thing I got is this laptop here. Mr. Lee is laughing out loud. Shocks your immune system, says Ernie. Mr. Lee, have you made contact with Pat? Yeah, hope he wasn't on again last night, was he? Hope he gets back to work soon. Him and Sean. Sean, come on, man. You were going good. Had some good guests. Everyone was impressed with your channel. Saw him in chat last night. Yeah. I mean, I actually think that it could be even a lot more than 1 million, but 1 million's a good round number. 1 million's a good round number. So, one thing people, because I think most people now are pretty much on board with Sasquatch is very closely related to human, and that it does eat meat. No one's believing, the few people that claim they're like vegetarian or some bullshit. I don't think anyone hardly is believing that nonsense anymore. Scare him off by yelling. Brian says, yeah, for Sean, it's been a while. Pat should be back on this coming weekend. Awesome. A lot of this, a lot of this is about the land's carrying capacity. What can the land hold? Now we could look all the way back to dinosaurs. A lot of big ass shit was living on the same land. It looks like as time goes on, I think the predators get a little bigger, and then the prey get a little bigger to be able to withstand the predators, and the predators get a little bigger, then the prey get a little bit. I mean, it's a gradual process, and over time, things just get bigger and bigger. Now, there's still smaller animals filling the niches that smaller animals do, but some species get to be very, very big given enough time. Um, the problem we're in a certain situation. I think a lot of people just aren't fully realizing what the situation is right now. Right now, um, we are this ecosystem that we live in North America, well, and all around the world, really, because the megafauna extinctions um, at the end of the Pleistocene uh, happened all over the place. Um, but North America is what I'm kind of focusing on. Um, and these animals, probably, if these animals did not get wiped out, then they would be continuing, I think, to evolve a little bigger over time. Of course, none of us is going to see this in our lifetime. We're talking about extremely long periods of time that it takes to happen. But the point is, though, is that these animals are supposed to be in this ecosystem now. It isn't like they gradually disappeared and evolved into other stuff. There was a couple of astronomical impacts, the Younger Dryas uh, impact, and so on, and then the human factor. There, because some people say, well, an astronomical impact, it's a natural thing. It is a natural thing, but it's an outside force acting on the planet. So I don't see a problem with with them resurrecting the woolly mammoth and any of the megafauna that died out 11 to 13,000 years ago. They belong here, and we can find a way to coexist with them and restore this ecosystem to what it should be. But that aside, what I'm saying is the land right now can sustain vast herds of mastodons and woolly mammoths and the giant camels and the giant bison, the giant the horses were they were maybe some of them were a little bit bigger than draft horses are today, but America had horses and then they died out and then humans brought them back and from another continent, a little bit different variety, but they brought them back. The giant camels, big ass camels, and all kinds of shit. All this big shit, it's supposed to be here. We've had several things that caused them major extinctions on this continent. So this continent's supposed to be loaded with these massive, gigantic animals. So I got some pictures of some of these and some of the sizes, so people can think about. And then the Sasquatch size, we're really guessing. So y'all might laugh at how I kind of came up with a little bit of a guess, which I don't think is going to be accurate. I think it's going to be more, but anyway, you'll see. Chessboard's here. Welcome. Harry Man, Hoaxes and Hoodwinks. Nikki's here. Welcome. Donald says, well, I hope Pat comes back. It's been quite quiet, not locking horns with him. Yeah. Yeah, it has. So one of the things also, because people say, well, how are they staying out of sight? They can't wrap their mind around how, okay, I can see how a few thousand can hide, but how can a million hide? Well, these are a couple of the things I think people should consider. They're far more intelligent than any of the animals we're about to look at pictures of, and they appear to be specifically adapted to avoid us. I think a lot of people would agree with that, or at least just smart enough to be able to avoid us pretty well. So brown bears, this is a big animal. I think it's probably the most of all these creatures. It's probably the most comparable to something that fulfills, you know, Sasquatch proportions, and it's considered a hyper carnivore, although it does eat quite a bit of plant material, but it eats a lot of meat. Um, so I think it's probably one of the most comparable of these animals to what Sasquatch is. Population right now is estimated around 58,000. There's supposed to be a lot more. That map there shows in orange where they're at now, and the green is where they used to be before, you know, shit happened. And a lot of it was human. Like in California, there was a unique breed of brown bears, the same species, but it was its own kind of, had its own characteristics. It was a unique breed, race, whatever you want to call it, um, subspecies, even perhaps. They estimate 10,000 in California alone, and they're all gone. They're wiped out. So that's add that 10,000 to that 58,000 that's already here and surviving just fine on this land, and then look at all that other area where they're supposed to be. Um, so how many is that going to add up to? I'm not sure exactly, but you know, probably probably should be 150,000, 200,000, maybe more of these animals. But they've been knocked back. Humans just knocked their dick in the dirt. Chessboard says Coldplay hell with the Riders boys. What kept them from coming east, Lockbeard Grizzlies? I'm asking. um, well, I'm not sure exactly. Humans may have been impacting them for much longer than we know. Um, grizzlies they weren't originally in this area anyway. They migrated in because there were other bear species. I'm going to show you those two that were here, bigger freaking bears. And but when the Pleistocene the extinction happened, it left it open for these bears to move in, and these bears just happen to be a little smaller. But there were multiple larger bear species that were in those areas there, so they wouldn't have let brown bear come in. The niche was already occupied. Um, so it could be that you know the that they just hadn't had time to expand into those areas. They're I don't know, and in humans already being here, like humans were already here, and so they may have been competing with them for food. They may have been killing them for food. There's just a lot of unknowns, but that's it. Isn't like it ain't like they evolved in this territory. Other bears were here before them, and they pushed in after those other ones went extinct. Um, Mr. Lee says the Russians know a lot about Sasquatch. They are not telling us though. Yeah. Sandra, welcome. What's up? So I don't know. So I mean, So I guess what I'm saying is this is an example of something living on this land just fine. It's kind of in the size where a lot of people say Sasquatch is that size, eating the same foods. The land could hold them. There's room to hold them. There's resources to sustain them. Did the Webs here? Welcome. This is one of the extinct bears. This was a big freaking bear. Um, this map, I think, is showing the little dots is showing the sites where they have found the remains, the bones of this species of bear. 2,000 to 2,100 pound bear, up to 12 feet tall. It's been extinct for 11,000 years. So it was wiped out by a couple of disasters, and then humans contributed, and it's supposed to be here. It's a scary thing. People are like, "Well, we don't want to hear." Well, that's not the point. The point is the land sustained this big bitch right here. So if you're trying to say that the land can't sustain Sasquatch, you're wrong. You're just wrong. Um, we're about to replace the guts up to a toilet. I'll be back. That's a threat. Awesome. Thanks for asking. Um, oh, I don't know about that. I think there's a combination of factors. I think it's the human factor. I think it's that they really hadn't had time to expand all the way since the extinction of the giant short-faced bear and the other bear species, and multiple other predators. There were a bunch of I'm going to show pictures of some of them. There was a bunch of other predators in this land that were bigger than anything we have left now, that the brown bears would have had to compete with. So before, uh, 11 to 13,000 years ago, there were brown bears were not here. They weren't coming down into this. They weren't coming down into the United States at all. I think they pushed over from Asia. I can't remember for sure, but I think they were coming in from Asia. But yeah, yeah. So I think there's a number of different things. I don't think it'd be the salmon runs though, because a brown bear goes wherever the hell it wants unless there's a bigger bear or some humans standing in its way. And then just time. It'd take time for them to spread out across the entire continent after the major extinction event. Not to mention that all of the prey, the major prey, was gone. Some things were still around, a white-tailed deer, but their numbers would have been knocked really low. So it would have been really hard to find food back at that time. But everything's rebounded now, as far that was still alive. The land could sustain them now. Um, and part of all this is how did Sasquatch get to be this big hairy thing? Well, the same evolutionary forces that made all these animals big would have made some early humans who came over here and were in this environment having to deal with all these big ass animals. It would have made the humans have to get a little bigger too. I don't think evolution might be a strong word for what was going on. It was some selective breeding, because I think they're still the same species as us. They've just been bred to be a little bit bigger. You know, they're the Saint Bernard to our Chihuahua, and our size difference between Sasquatch and us is not as great as the difference between a Chihuahua and a Saint Bernard. So, and they're the same species. They're both dogs. So, for people who can't wrap their mind around how can that thing be the same species, look how different it is. Look at a Chihuahua standing next to a Saint Bernard. You tell me. I should find a picture of that and then put a picture of a 9-foot Sasquatch next to a standard human and show the comparison. The size difference between us and Sasquatch is nowhere near the size difference between a Chihuahua and a Saint Bernard. What's up, Polly? What's going on? I think that's the only option they got to him. I ain't never seen a dog doing it missionary. Have you? What's next here? The lesser short-faced bear, a little smaller, but it was here too. Went extinct about 11,000 years ago too. But 10-foot tall bear, a little bigger than what most people say Sasquatch is. And then that map shows some of the sites they found them. So they lived on this land too. And they're gone. They're all gone. Brian says, great point. Lockbeard always felt the same. They are not far from us, or should I say we are not far from them as bipedal. Yeah. Yeah. Not far. Wagon breaths here. And creatures. Hey, Lock Humor. Black bears, we still have black bears, but they have been, I mean, the dark color is where they are now, and the lighter color is where they're supposed to be. And we did that. That wasn't Pleistocene extinction, that was us. But, look at that bear. I mean, it gets up to 551 pounds. There's been some that have been killed that were much bigger than 551, though. They can get a little bigger, but typically that's the range you're looking at. 5'8" tall, population 900,000, and there's supposed to be a lot more of them. So those resources they're not using, it looks like it's almost they're only on half the land they're supposed to be on, so the other half could be holding, 1 million Sasquatch just to fill the black bear void. People saying hi. I mean, there's tons of resources there. Now we're using a lot of them, and that's another thing. There's 300 and something million humans here. If every human, if three humans equal a Sasquatch in resource usage, well, hell, then that means, if we would just get the hell out of here, there would be room for 100 million Sasquatch, wouldn't there? To eat on. But that don't really translate, because the reality is we're using resources that were being used by a whole assload of other animals too, so those have to be considered. But even so, the land can sustain a lot more than what people think. The smallest of those cats is the mountain lion. It's just a little kitten compared to all these other cats that were here. The American lion, the American scimitar, the saber-toothed tiger, jaguar, American cheetah. That American lion is quite a bit bigger than an African lion. These animals had to be bigger because they were handling bigger prey. The saber-toothed tiger there, right kind of in the middle, it's a really stoutly built cat, and it has those big freaking teeth because it had to be able to take down big ass prey. But These are pretty much almost, all, well, the American lion, American scimitar, the saber-tooth tiger, they're completely extinct. Uh, American cheetah, gone. Um, Again, the land supported these major carnivores. There's the American lion, 660-pound cat, over 8 foot long, went extinct 11,000 years ago. And that's the range that they know they were in, but how much you want to bet those ranges connected, and they were in Canada too, I'm sure. It's just a fossil record isn't always complete because, sometimes the conditions aren't conducive to the formation of fossils. And, they just haven't been able to find them in that area. So, but I'm sure they did. I'm sure they were there. I'm sure they were in Canada just fine. But, we don't know numbers for them. We don't know how many there were. But just where it says, Lockbeard, do you think the O2 levels of today would now sustain the large animals of yesteryear? Yes. Yes. You're thinking about way, way, way back when they had the gigantic insects. That O2 issue was an issue for arthropods. It wasn't. It's not an issue for megafauna like this. You're thinking way, 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 way back before before dinosaurs. Well, mostly. These are animals that were here up to 11,000 years ago. O2 levels were really not different at that time. American scimitar, it's a 420-pound cat. Disappeared about 12,000 years ago. The Younger Dryas impact happened roughly, they think, about 12,800 years ago. And then there was another impact about 11,600 years ago. But they think that was in the ocean. But both of them were devastating to the planet. And between the two of them, one of them, maybe it was the first one alone, or maybe the second one. It was a 1-2 punch for all these animals and for human civilization, because we talked a little bit about there was a major worldwide civilization that built all these megalithic structures that there's no way we could pull those construction projects off even now with our technology. Even if we could do it technically, the cost, the manpower, it's just unbelievable. Those people had technology that made that possible that we don't have. That's the only explanation. No one can remotely claim that they just, well, you got enough slaves and they're real careful with a copper chisel, no, or a bronze chisel. No, that did not happen. That's the mainstream science failing on us there. But yeah, here's another big ass predator that's supposed to be here. There's a saber-tooth tiger, up to 620 pounds. He was a stout little cat. He had to be tough because, he was jumping on big ass shit. Extinct 10,000 years ago. We're missing all our major predators, really. The dire wolf was here, but we still have the gray wolf, and some of the populations of gray wolf are about as big as a dire wolf was. But we could, they're another good point. Gray wolves are their range is drastically reduced. Their numbers are way lower than what they're supposed to be because of us. Mastodons were eating on this land. Vast herds of these suckers. 16,800-pound animals. It can sustain. They were all over America. Woolly mammoths were here. 13,000-pound animal, 11 feet tall. They lasted a little longer. Some remnant populations survived, but they eventually uh, gave out. Humans probably, did part of that. The major reason for the extinctions was the impact, the Younger Dryas impact, and the other impact, and the change in the climate. But it was just too fast. It was just too fast. And then human hunting pressure on top of that. It's just that these animals were just doomed. But every last one of these animals should be here today. Um, a few things did survive, but camels started out in America, South America specifically, I think, but they came through here and then they ended up over there and they went extinct here. But this Western camel was here. It went extinct here. It was a big ass camel, 2,200-pound animal. Uh, yeah, they were worth a fortune. There were thousands and thousands and thousands of these animals. Um, the land can sustain them. It just amazes me that there's people out there claiming that the land could not sustain a big primate. I'm like, you're out of your goddamn mind. Of course it can. It sustained all this shit. It sustains 300 and something million of us, and we're not a real big primate, but you know, 300 million of us. That it's sustaining us. Come on. Now, yeah, we got some imports, but for our food, but um, don't tell me this land can't support Sasquatch, or even if I say there's could be 5 million. Of course, there could be 5 million Sasquatch if people wasn't jacking with them. But I'm just going to go with the million. Uncle Bone says, "Don't pay to taste good, Lockbeard." Yeah, yeah. I hope to see a future. Like I hope they do, or they are able to resurrect all our prey species that we are designed to eat, and restore great big herds of them, so that every young man gets a chance to hunt his one megafauna, one woolly mammoth or something, bull, you know, just make it a rite of passage or whatever. I mean, and do it with a damn spear. Do it with a damn spear, you know. Tip it with some poison, some sedative, make it quick, make it humane. There's no reason, it ain't the Stone Age anymore, but you can make it uh, less traumatic for the animal, make its death quick. We can be better, is what I'm saying. We can be better. Of course, he'd have some other guys there to make sure nothing goes wrong, save his ass so he don't freaking die, maybe. But tastes like chicken. Just ate some fried chicken. Chickens are such a pathetic little animal. If you think about what we used to eat, these gigantic beasts that we used to take down and eat, chicken's kind of pathetic. Paleolithic man would probably laugh at us. He'd look at us and say, "What kind of miserable existence do you have?" The ancient bison. Now everyone knows. Like they estimate that, like the more modern bison in American history, uh, we wiped out something in the neighborhood of 50 million plus. There were 50 million bison, and now now, and that's what this map is. This map is actually the modern bison, what their range is supposed to be, and they don't occupy near what they used to. Their numbers are nowhere near where they're supposed to be. The land's just waiting to be, of course, we got cattle, but still. But these ancient bison were quite a bit bigger. They're the direct ancestor. Like there were multiple different types of bison. This species as well as others, but this species had different types that interbred. Like there was a longhorn version um, uh, that kind of evolved into this version here, and then this one crossbred with another one, and then the surviving ones were a little smaller, so they think that it made them a little more survivable because they had more numbers. Uh, it might have been in response to humans, because humans are, they're gonna if they have it in their head they're gonna kill a bison, they're gonna kill a bison whether it's this big or as big as the more modern ones are, which are a little smaller than this. But this type went extinct 10,000 years ago. But its direct descendants are alive today in the smaller bison. 3,500 pound animal. Telling me Sasquatch can't survive on this land. Why kill if not consumed? Well, definitely consume. I'm not saying don't eat the thing. I think you should always eat your prey. You should always eat your prey. Jumpy Bear says the only thing that all these animals have in common that differs from Bigfoot is there have been remains found. With that being said, I have personally seen something I think was one. Yeah. But I mean, in response to that, I just that one of those earlier slides, what I put on there was that these Sasquatches is they're people, they're intelligent, they can stay out of sight, and as people have pointed out about like bears, like you hardly ever see a bear, you hardly ever see a mountain lion. Uh, uh, I think Papa mentioned elk. The elk are hard to find. These animals are dumb as hell compared to a Sasquatch, and they're able to be quite elusive anyway. So imagine what an elusive race of, of people could do if they wanted to avoid us. And then obviously they're not perfect about it. They do get seen, their footprints do get found. So as for bones, they're who knows what they do to that they're clearly smart enough to know that they need to steer clear of us. Like I said in the somebody else's chat last night, because you know uh, that came up. They about them. How they hide and why don't they just come out and talk to us and stuff like this. But anyway, they know it's stupid. They know it's stupid to make contact with us. We kill everything. We wipe out species. We're a people who were able to jump in a freaking canoe with a stone tip spear and go kill freaking whales and shit back in the day. We took down mastodons. We're absolutely we're capable of killing shit way bigger than Bigfoot, and so they probably know that it's best just to try not to be detected. There's no reason to think they're too stupid to realize that it's best to just be undetected. Ernie says people nowadays freak out over a mouse in a house. Yeah. Yeah. Tim Boy, welcome to the chat. He says, Piper, how is my favorite chat buddy today? Mr. Lee says, Ernie, I live in London. There are mice and rats everywhere. Order some bison products today. They say it's bison anyway, says Donald. Another day says, Trumpy Bear, where you been lurking? I thought about you for my next live. Didn't get pretty good tonight. Deb says, but if you poison it, can it be consumed? Yeah, if you use the right stuff, because like some of the tribes right now, they use like a blow dart with poison, like use the ones that use um, the the venom from the skin of the poison dart frog or poison arrow frog. There are some scientists who think ancient humans have always done that to some extent, and um, maybe you just don't eat the part right where it hit or whatever. I mean, the poison gets spent too by the metabolism of the creature, so I imagine it's broken down. It's not in, and in some things they, yeah, it might poison something if it's in the blood, but not consumed necessarily. So I mean, you're not gonna probably not gonna put a bunch of strychnine on your spear point. I'm just saying, use something that would help bring that animal down quick, to be more humane. Why not? Probably don't want to have to use. You probably don't want to use something too that'll affect humans too much. You could probably find something that doesn't affect humans at all, hopefully, but because there's always a chance somebody's going to stick themselves with their own spear. I was watching a video of this guy. He spear hunts. There's people that spear hunt right now, by the way. It's kind of a thing. I don't know if everybody's aware that there are people out there that they're spear hunters. And this guy, he accidentally speared himself. But yeah. Chessboard says Lockbeard and the government did a job on modern day bison to starve the natives into submission. Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier about the 50 million plus that we just killed. It was ridiculous. And this land sustained all them. And I don't know what the hell that person was trying to imply. Well, Sasquatch ain't a moose or whatever or something like that. I can't remember what he said. Well, like the point isn't that the Sasquatch is going to eat what the moose eats. The point is the Sasquatch is going to eat the damn moose. you know, um, the land will support the moose, and apparently at least 50 million of these damn bison. That's a lot of meat. What's up, Michael? Welcome to the chat. According to what it was about. Big shoes to fill. What was our last convo about? Brother, hello. What else we got on here? Oh, this is another cow-like creature that was here. Extinct as well. These are some of the ground sloths. There were a bunch of species of ground sloths, but I mean, the Paramylodon, 2,400 pounds, 9 feet tall. I mean, that's big enough. It's bigger than any Sasquatch is supposed to be, right? At least in weight. The Aramotherium, 6,600 pound creature, 20 feet. This land right now, it should be able to sustain populations of both these creatures and all their relatives. There were other species of ground sloths that were here, but they were all wiped out. I ain't seen evidence for that though, not yet. I'm just dealing from nature, man. I just think that they are that I haven't seen any other animal cloaking, and the people claiming they cloak. I just they're mistaken or something. They're mistaken or something because you show me that cloaking exist at all. Period. Forget the Sasquatch. Show me that cloaking exists at all in any creature on the planet. Nobody's shown it. So until then, I'm not taking those kinds of sightings, seriously. I think those people, some of them are mistaken. Some may be lying. Some may be crazy. Just dealing with it from the natural, observations of the natural world, science. It's like with eye shine. People say they see eye shine. Well, none of the great apes have eye shine. Humans don't have eye shine. This thing exhibits traits that are clearly human, or at least very closely related to human. It doesn't have eye shine. The safest bet is to assume that the eye shine claims are mistakes or bullshit somehow. People are seeing, some other animal in the shadows and mistaking it for a Sasquatch. Sorry, folks, I think you saw eye shine, but eye shine on a primate, especially one related this closely to us, would be completely out of what you should expect. It shouldn't be. Not that it couldn't have maybe come to be. There's always a slight possibility, but it's extremely unlikely. It's far more likely that those people are mistaken, and some of them are definitely lying, but some of them may honestly be mistaken. Is Haywood's crew gonna go live again? No idea, he says. I mean, I hate to take the magic out of Sasquatch for some people. Some people they really love the idea that it's this mystical thing and it jumps through portals and its eyes glow and it turns into orbs, or it farts orbs or some shit. All this stuff, it's all magical, hocus pocus, fairy tale, fucking unicorns, fart and glitter shit. Well, I gotta deal with what we know from the natural world, and none of that shit computes. So we're not gonna find Squatch if we're spending any time worrying about all the hocus pocus crap that based on what we know about the natural world is probably bullshit, mistaken identities, lies, and a few crazy people. We need to focus on shit that sightings that seem to align with what we know about the real world. So someone starts talking about, oh, damn thing did a cartwheel out of portal, then it cloaked like the predator and its eyes glowed red, and then it jumped on a spaceship with some aliens and went on a joyride. I'm not going to take that sighting seriously. Kill one with your bare hands, Mr. Lee. I'm not doing anything except for listening to Lockbeard and Lemon Life. Only joking, I'd never killed a client. You'd never killed a client? And Donna Fuller says we need some updates on the client up here. I might accidentally got a picture of a client in this slideshow. Info to the foundation. Anyway, yeah, this land sustained all these big animals. They're all supposed to be here. This is the modern moose. They estimate there's about 1 million of them, 10 foot long, 1,500-pound animal. Their population's way down from what it's supposed to be in nature. So a lot of human issues. Part of it's like our activity has increased the range of white-tailed deer, apparently, which has caused, pathogens to pass to the moose, and it's taken out some of the moose. Hasn't been good. So the land has room for probably another million moose, but you know, with all these vacancies, Sasquatch has got plenty of resources out there. Plenty of resources. All it's got to worry about is staying out of sight. Mr. Hugh, Hiveless B, welcome. Squatching Cowboy. Chat gonna get away from me if I don't keep up. You're Batman, but no match for the clunt. Hello, hello. Now this one's a cool one. It's a relative of the armadillo. A lot of people they described a lot of them were the size of a Volkswagen Bug. Glyptotherium, 2,000-pound armored beast. Family Sasquatch could probably live on that for a month. Went extinct 12,000 years ago. More resources unspoken for. The extra white-tailed deer. Some areas are overpopulated with white-tailed deer. There's just a lot of them. And there's a few introduced species of game as well running around here and there. And then there's the damn hogs. There is so much hog meat running around out there. And they breed so fast. We know Sasquatch is probably eating a bunch of them damn hogs. But, yeah. Can't tell me the land can't sustain a million Sasquatch people. Tanny Boy says I kind of have a problem with us not having the fossil record. However, I believe that sightings alone outweighs it if they are as intelligent as their behavior suggests. Yeah, well, I mean, think about like what would you do? Let's say say a group of I don't know, highly trained soldiers, expert at staying out of sight in the wilderness and wilderness survival, and they take their wives and they go out there and they decide, look, society's going to hell in a handbasket. We need to go out into the wilderness and remain undetected and live out there. They could do it. And hide their bodies of the dead. Now, people would argue how intelligent is Sasquatch. I think it's possible they may be more intelligent to us, but they don't even need to be as intelligent as us to realize they need to hide their bodies well. So a lot of people said, well, they bury them. Well, maybe they're not burying them. What if this was a race of people who started out, although they split off from us, right? So they did start out with us. So what if there was something along those lines in their head? Like our strategy for survival is to stay out of sight. And they just headed out into the wilderness. We need to get away from these other humans. all these guys are assholes. And every step of the way, they got humans on their other humans on their tails. Because again, this is just a tribe of people. Maybe they're largely Neanderthal blood, which is a race of Homo sapiens. We are starting to see reference to them as Homo sapiens subspecies Neanderthalensis instead of Homo neanderthalensis as if they are a separate species. They are not a separate species. Everyone needs to get that out of their head. I have some of their DNA. Most of you do. They're one of our ancestors. Some Neanderthals were, and they continue to live today in us, and maybe in the Sasquatch. But anyway, let's say this population of people that they decided, they just maybe developed over generations in Europe when the proto-Caucasian type people started coming in. They had to become the Neanderthals had to become more and more reclusive, and they learned how to hide from us more and more with every generation. This shit probably took place over thousands of years. And then, so by the time they were able to cross over into the Americas, maybe as much as 100,000 years ago, they had already developed quite a bit of ability to hide from us. Maybe they had already developed a culture of we consume the meat of our dead, and then we grind the bones into dust and put the dust in a river, and so there's no trace of the body, something like that. Or maybe they learned how to make some kind of acid that can dissolve the body. That seems a little more technical, but grinding the bones in the dust and dumping them in a river would successfully hide a body, and no one would ever find shit. So I think they're perfectly intelligent enough to do that. I mean, so if they had developed that in Europe, that kind of culture, and they maintained it when they came to the Americas, there may not be a single body in this entire continent of a Sasquatch, because if it was a strong enough cultural imperative and they maintained that culture, and then when other humans showed up, maybe 10, 20, 30,000 years later, they still had that culture and they knew to hide, and they had already began to be selectively bred into a bigger, hairier, tougher race of people because they've been living amongst all this big shit. I think it's a very possible situation that they have had the ability to completely destroy the bodies of their dead the entire time they've been on this continent. That's a big frog. That's not a frog. That's a relative of the armadillo. Hodag traits. Bacon. Hard shell possum. Not with my wife. Great for an ashtray. Yeah, these are really big animals. And they were part of the great, what they call it, the Great Migration or whatever. When North South America got rejoined and species interchanged, the Great Interchange, I think they called it. Anyway, they originally came from, their ancestors came from South America, but they were here. Big old animals. Trained attack possum. Imagine what you could do with an attack possum the size of a Volkswagen Bug. supernatural. I don't know nothing. I don't know that there's any. Well, I'm not sure what you're saying or what you're asking. Once trained in the tax slug. Oh, that reminds me of something. Save it for another live stream, though. To attack what, Mr. Lee? Mr. Hughes says, and I turned out well. Pyromedics here. What's up? He says, I just checked in to see what condition my condition was in. Donald says, we have Neanderthal DNA along with half a dozen other mysterious sources. I'm sure one is what we call Sasquatch. Yeah. Sasquatch could be derived pretty directly from us. If you believe Melba Ketchum's study is legit, and the haplogroup H mitochondrial DNA, if that was real Sasquatch DNA, that's a smoking gun that they only split off from Europeans no earlier than maybe 25,000 years ago, I think. That means that Sasquatch are European people, just straight up Caucasians. But I don't know. I'm not ready to be on board with Ketchum's DNA study. But and the mystery sources, like, yeah, look, these anthropologists, they sensationalize stuff. They all want to be known for discovering something, or they want to author an article or a paper or a study. The reality is all those different species they claim they discovered, most of them were straight up the same species as us. It's just they were different breeds, and they were all breeding with each other, and that's your evidence right there. If you know they interbred, then you know that they were the same species. So why do you got different species names on them? So that's why, and it hasn't been that much time really. We diverged from the chimp line 7 million years ago, and then trying to remember. I don't remember the exact numbers of how far back, but I am pretty certain that if we were able to obtain complete DNA from Homo erectus and like grow some, clone them or something, breed them somehow, we would find that they can interbreed with us just fine. They would be kind of stupid compared to us, but maybe not more. Not maybe they might not. They might even be smarter than a few people we got today, actually. But they did have smaller brains, and they looked a little different, stuff like that. But again, it's just that the different time, and we've been our species has changed over time. But so now you may want to try and differentiate them by just saying they're calling them a subspecies because they have a difference from us, and of course they're not here today. But if they were here today, I'm pretty sure they could interbreed with us just fine. And that the most important speciation event was the point at which we diverged from chimps. I'm not sure I would go so far as to say all the way back to the Australopithecines that we could interbreed with them necessarily. The DNA may be off too much. But Homo erectus, definitely. And I think we actually did interbreed with Homo floresiensis. Island of Flores, the ones they called the hobbits. I think we actually did interbreed with them to create the Asian race. Which that's probably going to not PC somehow and piss everyone off. I'm like, why? I'm not disparaging anybody. I'm just saying this is what the fuck I think happened. It's not my fault humans go around fucking anything they can. Europeans run around raping and pillaging, and nobody has a problem with us talking about that. Every group of people did that shit. So, whatever. you know? So, yeah, the mystery source is just, there was just different breeds, though. There was just different breeds of man, and they were all interbreeding, and there was DNA being exchanged all around. Uh, Chumpy Bear says, I'm still envisioning a unicorn farting glitter. That would be something to see. Yeah. 8 miles out of Memphis, got no spare. 8 miles straight up downtown somewhere. Tried to break my house. The slug threw himself under the thief's foot. He slipped on the slug and broke his leg. Did the slug survive? Team Boy says, we have no idea what they are. Hell, we can't agree what they are, and even in the Bigfoot community, before we classify them, let's just find them. Yeah. Well, I'm just going off, PG film, you know, certainly appears to be legit. What I see in that film, the 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 I hesitate. I don't want to call myself a biologist, but I've studied a lot of biology, um, both in and out of college, and evolutionary theory and genetics and fossil record. Um, anyway, based on what I got rattling around in here, what I saw on the screen fits very neatly within human norm, morphologically speaking. So, um, and unless you don't accept the PG film, and then also with all the people who, well, one, the behavioral reports, and then two, the visual descriptions. People looking at them in the face. Some people even go so far to describe them as it looked like a white guy, or it looked like an Indian man. One guy, he said, when I looked at it, I thought I was looking at me. He thought he saw himself. He saw somebody that looked like him, but just a big hairy version. Um, so, but yeah, we need to find them. We do need to find them. We need evidence. You're doing the best we can with just reports and very limited photographic and video evidence. Bell that shirt. Papa, are those song lyrics, or are you really stuck outside of Memphis? I think it's song lyrics. Hey, with the best story I've heard today. I can fix the toilet. Awesome. Was the slug okay after? Yeah, that was my question. Thank you, Tim Boy, and it's true. I got 3 that need fixing. Can't spell I meant shit. The days it's just we're not going to end up having to get daughter at that time. Probably going to wait till tomorrow. Donful says there had to be a big boink festival in Europe, kind of like Woodstock. Yeah. Mr. Hughes says one of them was in a film. Another world, the film is called John Carter. Be proud you can be a toilet mechanic. I don't know why you mentioned John Carter, the film. For some reason, that made me think about, because there was mention of a movie last night. No, on Sasquatch Speaks. The movie is called Alpha. It's not a bad movie. It's about some Stone Age people, and they go on a hunt. And this young man, he gets injured and stranded off on this cliff, and they can't get to him. They think he's dead, but they can't get to him, so they leave what they think is his body. Anyway, he ends up, through circumstances. You just have to watch the movie to see. He ends up hanging out with this wolf. He develops a friendship with this wolf. Anyway, I'm glad someone made a movie, kind of a story, kind of showing a possible scenario about how humans befriended the first wolves, and the wolves, of course, are dogs. Dogs are wolves. This is another one of my pet peeves. They give a different species names to dogs and wolves. They're the same species. They can interbreed. A lot of you probably heard of wolf dogs, half breed wolf dogs. They're the same species. They can't breed if they're not the same species. That's what the definition of species is supposed to be. If they're not going to treat it as if that's what it is, all individuals that can interbreed normally, then they need to come up with a different designation. I had someone argue with me. You just wanted to argue, I guess. Some people just want to argue shit for no good reason. That's what a species is supposed to be. All the individuals that can interbreed with each other normally. It's a pretty clear designation. So you understand what the hell you're talking about when you say that Latin name. Speciation isn't always, a clear-cut line. No, like with lions and tigers, they're divided enough where they cannot breed normally, but they can still produce offspring that are, they're not normal. They grow bigger than either parent, and sterility. I think they can breed. There's limited breeding possible, but they can't breed normally. So that still makes lions and tigers separate species. But yeah, Alpha's a pretty good movie. Toilet Mechanic. What's up, Mid South? Welcome. My head's so fat right now. Forgot the punchline. Toilet technician, thank you, he says. Great distances. Bet you flushed with your success. Bet you're flush with your success. Michael says with broken toilets, things can be crappy. Need Timmy Boy in the White House. Trumpy Bear says there's some turds that need flushing. North Alabama Cryptid, welcome. Ruthless is here, welcome. He says it's a hairy turtle. Yeah, sort of. It's actually, I should have used this also when I'm on the next slide, because it kind of is another example of convergent evolution. Some people have tried to say, they tried to bring up the phrase convergent evolution in regards to Sasquatch, and that is not the case. General Milley, bad appointment. Still best president since Kennedy. But I thought I had a better example of convergent evolution. So, of course, we could look sometime in the future. Hell, we could look at all kinds of examples. There's so many. It's actually a cool subject. It's just a few people out there have brought up convergent evolution in relationship to Sasquatch, and it absolutely has. It's not the case with Sasquatch. Just scrolling up a minute. I'm not big on playing catch ups. See where everyone is on page. Tim Boy says, I agree with you, Lockbeard, but I just saying evidence is the only thing that will get us to classification. Yeah. Yeah. And I hope the evidence comes. I want to see if I'm right. Somebody better give me credit. Donald says, was going to rent Alpha last night, but the trailer seemed kind of depressing. Uh, you know, it might be, it might have, it might be some emotional parts. I don't want to spoil it for you. I mean, you'll be happy at the end. Yeah, you'll be happy at the end. Well, I mean, assuming you didn't find the movie just crappy. Raptor says you can watch Alpha on Tubi TV. I just watched it last night. It's not that great. Well, yeah, I'm not saying it's a superb movie or anything, but it's I think it's a good movie. You know, it's also a Sasquatch interbreed, from what I hear. With humans, you mean? Ruth says, "Oh poop, I missed most of this stream." Yeah, you missed quite a bit. There's always a replay, I guess. Welcome to the chat, Raptor. Mogollon Monsters here. What's up, and welcome. Miss Al says, that's why you need a glass toilet, so you can see shit more clearly. Less carotinated in here, I suspect. To Whitney, Ruth's gonna go any minute. Damn, how far behind the chat am I? Been looking down all day. Chessboard says, Lockbeard, you get Miss Space Cake straightened out. I don't know. I can't figure out, like I can't figure out where I would fix it. So I don't know if it isn't like it. Maybe she'll be able to come in normally when she comes, but I did get response back from StreamYard, and they said that I would need to fix it on YouTube. That's all I know so far. He came in as Hiveless B earlier. You just ignore him. Just ignore him. Papa Craig says, last time someone said that, Mr. Lee, I got a frisbee in between the eyes. Said what? What did Mr. Lee say? Look up Papa Craig. Papa Craig, you cracked me up. Did I finally get to the bottom of this chat? Finally. Rutha says, I saw a massive snappy turtle in a vid from Asia somewhere. Raptor Crazy says, and yes, one part of the movie, it did sound like it was the whoops from the Bigfoot video. It was massive with horns on its back. Oh, the turtle was? North Alabama Crypt says, I just subbed last night. Looks like I've been missing some great stuff. Well, I'm glad you think so. Nikki says, help, how do you pronounce this? Paul, was it Poi Puyallup? What is that? What is that? Killed the clunk creature with your bare hands, Mr. Lee? Was it the same one I showed a picture of the other night? Gotta try to find a clip. Hiva says, Lockbird, go to settings and community, scroll down to hidden users, and hit the expire name. Cool. Thank you, Hivas. Rutha says, was something different with the shell lock here. It was a snapping turtle, but huge. Mr. Lee, you can't kill a legend, says Mogs. Poo all up. He killed the clunk creature. It's this new cryptid. Didn't bite your fingers. Tim Boy says, speaking of events, I see people talking about clear hair and the way it reacts with light like this is new. No matter how people feel about Mark Zasky, he was showing and saying this 5 years ago. Yeah, but I don't believe shit that comes out of his mouth though. He probably learned about clear hair, like hearing about it with like polar bears or whatever, and thought it would be cool to introduce this idea into the Bigfoot community and twist it into some kind of cloaking bullshit. And now it's infected the Bigfoot community, and I don't feel like there's any evidence for it. This is why I want to go for the jugular on people spreading bullshit though, because now it's we can't the shit's in the water. We have to boil it all off to get rid of the shit, and so yeah. Pew up, Nikki. Not kill the cunt. You're a pussy, says Mr. Hugh. Thanks everyone working on the show for tomorrow. Awesome, Nikki. We'll see you tomorrow. So yeah, I just thought I would mention because we were showing these guys, right? The Glyptotheriums. Well, the Doedicurus is out of South America, and it's an ancestor to them. And below there is a dinosaur from millions of years earlier, the Scolosaurus. And to the right of both of them is the predator that hunted them, or one of the predators that hunted them. This is convergent evolution. Two animals of different origins evolving similarities, similar functions, similar structures. Like so you got this bird and this lizard on the right there, as far as the predators go, that evolved like see the wings have become tiny and the front forelimbs have become tiny because the strategy, the evolutionary strategy going on here is focusing on the business end. The head is this big vicious thing. It does all the action. So the predators here have convergent evolution too, and I think you can see the similarities between this Doedicurus, this relative of armadillos. It's a mammal, and the Scolosaurus, which is a reptile. This is convergent evolution. They're similar traits, similar things going on with both the prey and the predator here. Normal evolution, which is divergent evolution, is where one species gets divided somehow, usually geographically. Where a mountain range rises up between in the middle of a species, and then they can't cross, or they get one on one island and one on the other, and they get divided so that they're no longer breeding with each other, and they start to build up genetic differences to the point that they become separate species. That's divergent evolution, or just normal evolution, what people were talking about. That's what we got with Sasquatch and humans. Normal evolution, separate. We become, our differences exist, although I hate to use the word evolution. It's divergent selection. Because I think we've become two separate races of the same species. We have not differentiated enough to become two different species. That's my assessment. I know most people aren't ready to take that, accept that, but that's what I think is almost certainly the case here. So when people try to say, well, another of the great apes developed all these traits to become, you know, and upright bipedal, and the foot structure very much like ours, but the differences are to be expected for a type of human that's, you know, a couple 100 pounds heavier than we typically are. Um, the all the talk about the mid tarsal break, the midfoot flexion. 8% of humans have midfoot flexion. That is not a trait that can be used to say something isn't human. It just doesn't even. So there's no reason why there couldn't be a big hairy race of people who, because they were living in natural circumstances different from ours over here amongst all this megafauna, they had to get bigger, they had to get tougher. Um, maybe they had reduced midfoot flexion when they first started out over here, but over 10, 20, 30,000 years, it was a better trait for the conditions they were in, and selective breeding selected for midfoot flexion in 100% of their population. Now, we won't know until we actually truly discover and are able to examine lots of individuals. But I'm just saying that this whole discussion of midfoot flexion is just a non-issue. It doesn't differentiate us from Sasquatch. So this is convergent evolution. Very different species can start to get very similar traits in convergent evolution because they're living under similar circumstances. And this terror bird and the Doedicurus, they're not as big as Scolosaurus, and can't remember. This is like a I can't remember which species. It's not Tyrannosaurus Rex, but it's one of those types of species. They didn't get as big as that, but if they didn't get wiped out, I think in time they could have gotten that big because the selective pressures will just keep on. The Doedicurus would keep trying to get bigger to be better able to resist attacks from the terror bird, and then the terror bird would have to get bigger to be able to take down the Doedicurus. So they just didn't get that as much time as dinosaurs did. Dinosaurs got a lot of time for them to get big. So, um, so yeah, not convergent evolution. It's divergent evolution or just regular evolution. I don't know how far behind in chat I am. Um, Alligator, snapping turtle, possibly. But yeah, a snapping turtle could definitely be compared to one of those things because it has some features that could almost correlate, but not as closely as those two there. Not as closely as those two. But sounds in their origin. Nikki says, I hate it when I leave shit last minute. Papa says, my little grandsons would be loving the slideshow, would they? Awesome. I need a good title, though, so I can make the promo, says Nikki. Show me a kid that isn't fascinated with them old lizards. Yeah. I think it would be cool to bring back dinosaurs. I don't give a shit how bad it went in Jurassic Park. I get a tutorial all the time, Ruthless. Sasquatch vocals. Now, hold on a minute. Good title. Give me easy, though. Mid-South says Jurassic Park has invented new dinosaur to the history books, and then cryptid community picks it up and thinks it's fact. Yeah. Tonight's show has been rescheduled. As anyone wonders, death in the family. Okay, what if? Okay, Jim. Sorry to hear that. Makes us look crazier than what half of us already are. Papa Craig. Um, Bertha says Mother Nature is all about repetition. It's why we have so many species that are so similar. Yeah, you know, similar conditions exist in different places at different times, and the animals will have to evolve similar characteristics to deal with those similar conditions. Papa Craig says, I have enough trouble with that already. Yeah. Convergent evolution can also be manipulated in these days and age of tech. Yeah. Yeah. It's variable and it's problematic with new species. Life goes on. Miss G says, where did the dinosaur come from? Had to be aliens. Oh no. Oh no. When people say things would still be what? Third grade pronounced all the dino names, no problem. Do you how do you come to that conclusion? I think he's joking, Mr. Lee. No, no, the Doedicurus overlapped with some of the. There's different species of them. Like you might be looking at the wrong species because there wasn't just one, but they overlapped. The picture may not be. I mean, of course, the picture may not be accurate because they're guessing on a lot of the surface characteristics. Some of the images of that carnivore, the dinosaur, depict him completely covered in feathers. So Rufus says, "Sure looks like we are walking around with at least some of them dinosaurs, according to sediment dating." Won't smoke anymore tonight. Academitards deny this by saying same location sediment dates differently according to what it is found. Homo sapset remains found, same sediments. Nikki says, help again, everyone. What's the name of that video or audio of the folks broken down on the road with their dogs? Maybe somebody knows. Raptor says, Nikki, the original video I think has been taken off the YouTube. There's another channel, but it had it, but I don't remember the name. That girl, by the way, is from a tribe in Namibia that are still nomadic, called the Himba. They call them like the most beautiful tribe in Africa because, well, I mean, just look at that girl. Actually, there's some pictures with her not covered up. She's quite perky. But I grabbed that picture because she's got some unique dreadlock action going there, and she's pretty. But anyway, there's a lot of different humans I could pick, I guess. I could pick I didn't want to put Joe Biden on there, but I needed an example of humanity, and I thought, well, there's one. Oh, what time is it? 7:54. Oh man. So a lot of people say Sasquatch is real muscular. So I'm wondering about size because we looked at all these animals. You know, a lot of them, you know, their weights and stuff, and we're talking about, you know, what kind of population we could sustain, and I'm thinking if we're just thinking in terms of pounds. So was Sasquatch this muscular? Does anyone think Sasquatch was as muscular as this guy? I really don't think so. Why do you say that? I forgot. Almost forgot Patrick Vaughn is here. Is he? Oh, I forgot I didn't hit send on Wim Hof's name. There's Wim. Oh shit! I put it went in wrong anyway. What the hell? I didn't write. Here we go. Yeah, that might be a little extreme. So here's a chart. Like I figured, well, you know, if Sasquatch is human or very close to human, maybe we could get some kind of extrapolation from something like this. Um, so I just figured on, you know, it only goes up to 6'6", so I just figured on, okay, what would a 9-footer be if you continue to extrapolate this out? And I know, you know, the body mass goes up, so the weight's probably a lot heavier. So I just went ahead and used this, you know, extrapolated out this chart up to 9 feet. What would a 9-foot person in the muscular range? I didn't go with bodybuilder because bodybuilders are unnaturally muscular. Humans don't get that big naturally, no matter how much they lift. So I went with the muscular category if it went all the way up to 9 feet, and that ended up being if it was a 9 foot tall human, 390 pounds according to that chart. Now I don't think that would be accurate. I think a 9 foot Sasquatch is probably going to weigh more than that. And then there's a map of sightings, so that might be an accurate indication of where they can live, which apparently is pretty much anywhere in North America. Decided to track on the rock in Texas was two dinosaurs instead of a pre-human walking next to a dinosaur. Oh, there's some people that are going to believe that was human no matter what, man. That's what they want to believe. So, so there's no way that stupid shit ain't ever going to go away. The mud flood people, just yeah. I think I've talked about that before and why it's stupid and why uh, it's not legit. And welcome, Pyromedic. He says, hello to all I didn't respond to earlier. Sorry. Mr. Hugh says, if if that's if that is not steroids, I will eat spinach. Oh, that's some steroids, man. That dude was. I'm not even. I'm kind of wondering if that picture has actually been altered because that dude was too freaking big. I forget his name. I thought the terror birds were after the dinosaurs, and yes, some dinosaurs did have feathers. The terror birds were after dinosaurs. Um, Raptor, I was showing convergent evolution. The top two animals were from way more recently than dinosaurs. So I was showing where the glyptodons were very similar to the ankylosaurs. And those were just two specific examples of glyptodon and ankylosaurs. and the ankylosaurs were dinosaur, and then the uh, the Tyrannosaurus Rex type predators are very similar to the terror birds. Which you understanding what I was trying to show there now? Like there were actually both the predator and the prey had convergent evolution with the predator and the prey from an earlier time. It's just cool how I mean I thought well I could just show one species, but it's even cooler to show two species like that had convergent evolution together because the circumstances are the same in a lot of ways. That's a big guy, but no comparison to Bigfoot. Yeah, man, that's a lot of sightings. That's just the ones that are willing to talk, man. I can't remember where I got that map, but it's supposed to be sightings of Bigfoot. Well, I mean, you're probably going to get more sightings near a populated area just because there's people there to sight the Bigfoot. um, Fewer people means there's fewer people to see one, and you would say about 800 pounds. Rex, welcome to the chat, Rex. Yeah, I've heard people say numbers in that range. The giant made the best Bigfoot in acting. Mud, Mr. Lee says. I will come on your stream, says Mr. Hugh. Pyromedic says, found out I'm getting too old to hunt a mile in the snow and then work a fire. Andre the Giant, yeah. I'm pretty sure that's who he's talking about. Tim Boy says, vacation, I've had to make a few accounts. I'm sure you understand, Raptor. North Alabama Crypto says, Papa, he played one on the $6 Million Man show. Don't want to hear that kind of stuff. It's kind of important. Start bringing a road flare and bottle of kerosene. Okay, everyone here. The wind has abated. Good. Chill stream. Lurch, okay. The Adams family played the second one. Mr. Hugh, don't do the wang shot like you talked about. Jimbo is here. What's up? Says, what's going on? What's up, everybody? Hope all y'all are having a great weekend. Be there, your mama roast battle. Fix vapor rub. Papa says, Jimbo, we were talking crap, but you missed that. Hello. Mr. Lee says Andre Jack could drink 15 bottles of wine in one session. Yeah, a lot of people think that many could not hide, but I'm talking about my thought that up to 1 million could hide no problem. Because they're smart enough. They're smart enough to hide from us. They're very skilled to hide from us. And it doesn't require any kind of woo or anything like that. They just you know, I mean, a human that's serious about staying hidden can stay hidden. A sniper can go in the woods, and if he chose to live out his life in the woods and never be seen again, he could do it. No human would ever see him again. So imagine a race of people like Sasquatch who may even have it in their DNA. Like they're just selectively bred to avoid us because they've had to deal with us for hundreds of thousands of years. And the best thing has always been to avoid us because anytime we find anything else, we freaking kill it. They watched us wipe out whales and mastodons and a thousand other species of creatures. Well, we slaughtered the shit out of ourselves. Sasquatch is probably uh, way smarter than us just for figuring out that the best thing to do is just be undetected by us because we are assholes. Timmy Boy says if you want to see the craziest bodybuilder, see Ronnie Coleman. Yeah, I've seen pictures of him. Jimbo says, "Well, Papa, see, I've nothing to hide. I'm here now, though." North Alabama Crypto said, "Mr. Lee, when I drank, I could put away 90 beers and a fifth of PGA per day. Glad I quit." Mr. Hugh will have to get his joke book out. Well, that's all I got on that. And so, yeah, that's some of it. Some of the reasoning behind why I think that there could be as many as a million out there. The land can definitely sustain them, and I think it could sustain more than a million, but a million's a good round number, right? And I think they definitely have the intelligence and the skill to hide from us in those kind of numbers if they wanted to. Yeah, could be low. I mean, if they have the ability to hide from us this well at a million in number, like, because the more people you have, the harder it is to hide you. If you can hide a million people from 300 million of us, that's enough skill probably to be able to hide 300 million of them from 300 million of us if they have that level of skill. But that's 299 million more individuals that could screw up and get on a security camera somewhere because they do screw up sometimes. It appears. It appears. They even know to be wary of our technology. They see something man made in the woods, they don't like it. Rex likes that number. Yeah. So I don't know. I'll keep making the case. There's other points to be made about it. I think, but if we add to the rumor that the government's trying to hide them as well, if it's true that every time a Sasquatch is being stupid and being too bold with humans, and then a little black ops team comes in and takes out the Squatch and snuffs the story. If that's true, that just adds to it the potential for why they're able to stay hidden as well as they have, because it's not just them necessarily. It could be the government helping too, although the government isn't helping them because they like the Sasquatch. Maybe they just want to keep a lid on the existence of Sasquatch for their own selfish reasons, and whatever poor Sasquatch is involved in that scenario is going to get freaking killed or caged, used as a study subject in some hidden lab somewhere or some shit. Who knows? I don't know. I don't know that any of that's true. There's stories, but I don't know that any of that's true. Studying these creatures instead of worrying about what's on Mars. Well, I'd be interested in knowing what's on Mars, though. Um, I have suspicion that humanity's been there before, and that when we get there, we're going to find evidence of that. Just, all going back to the ancient civilization again. Man, that gets into some shit that's going to sound real far fetched, and I know to most people it's going to sound far fetched, but I have no doubt that mankind has been perfectly capable of going into space and making it to Mars and even beyond, um, for tens of thousands of years. We've had the ability, like the capacity to do it. So who knows? And that whole moon thing, if the moon really is an artificially constructed satellite that's just covered in dirt and rocks for thousands of years of impacts, you know, all the reasons that I mentioned in that live stream when we talked about the hollow moon. I don't believe for a second that aliens built a big space station and flew it here and parked it in Earth orbit and just left it for thousands of years. It's far more likely that if it is a constructed satellite or space station or whatever, that it was constructed by us, by an ancient civilization that has fallen, and it's an ancient relic now. Wagon Breath says, no, space exploration is BS right now when there are bigger fish to fry. I don't know. I don't know about that. I think we need to get our ass into space. Like every minute that we piddle fart around is a minute that an asteroid could like wipe us the fuck out, and then we're all dead because all our eggs are in one basket. We're all on Earth, and if Earth gets hit by a big enough asteroid, it don't matter how much technology we think we got right now. A big enough asteroid will wipe all our asses out. So getting off the planet, getting some of us off the planet, having the capacity and a place to evacuate people to, I think we should be striving for that, because if we don't, we're going to be sorry one of these days. There will come a day that something big will happen and we'll have no place to go. And we won't have a space program that could evacuate more than a couple dozen people if we're in a pinch. We can't see every rock coming our way, and sooner or later a rock's going to hit us. I mean, in this presentation here, I mentioned two impacts. One that happened 12,800 years ago, and another one that happened 11,600 years ago. Both of them fucked some shit up. One or both of them was responsible for knocking the possibly the most advanced civilization humanity has ever have, knocked it back into the Stone Age. You know, so I think we should make a priority of it. I think we should be trying to get our asses off the planet, and ideally, in my ideal world, have a place that could take on every human being on the planet, evacuate everybody, and be able to do it fast enough to save everybody and to actually get everybody off the planet. Like if we see an asteroid coming, we've only got 10 days. Well, right now, all we can do is put our heads between our legs and kiss our ass goodbye. All we'll have left is like one dude left in the International Space Station wondering what the fuck. You guys couldn't send me up a check before y'all died? Well, he may not say that. He might say it eventually after a large number of F bombs. Every animal in the wild knows how to use camouflage to hide or hunt. Yeah. Mr. Lee says some shit is too scary for public knowledge. Imagine that. Yeah. Game warden approached man fishing with dynamite, asked him, "What are you doing?" The man handed a lit stick to the warden and said, "Same as you, fishing." Oh, shit. Kenny says, "So we live in the Matrix." Shep is getting old. Papa Craig says, "Right, just where are you going to keep talking or start fishing? It killed me." Mr. Lee Neo. Wagon Breath says, "There are other countries on it monitoring that so we don't have to." Kiss your asteroid goodbye, says Mokes. Wagon Breath says, "Priorities. We are trying to save a starving world from an asteroid." This entire presentation proved my point, though. There is plenty of food for everyone on the planet to eat and have a full, well nourished body. There is starvation on this planet right now because our government is asshole. That's just that's it. Um, and all the governments on this planet are half-ass, corrupt-ass, greedy, worthless garbage. They can't manage. I mean, they could. Look, they don't rule the world because they're morons. They rule the world because they're the greediest, most power-hungry people there are, and they give zero fucks about us. There would be no starving people right now if the right people were in charge. But we don't have the right people in charge. So that's a whole nother issue. And that issue is not going to be solved. And neither is the potential for, civilization ending asteroid impact. That's not going to be solved either way. We are completely fucked. And that's just not going to change. So, do you know what's out there? Definitely overdue. Oh yeah. It can happen anytime. All kinds of things can happen anytime. Um, there's been some talk of Yellowstone popping like a gigantic planetary pimple. That'd fuck some shit up. The Toba disaster 70,000 years ago, they say, very nearly wiped out all of humanity. Like, I can't remember how. I think it's like got us. We were down to only 10,000 people left on the planet. That's for people at a time when they may not have had any technology beyond Stone Age tech. That's really flirting with disaster there. That's not that random. That's not that many individuals. A lot of other shit could go wrong to finish the job. Um, the same. I can't remember what it's called, but it's like, I guess there's a bunch of fragments that are broken up, and we pass through every so often. So that 12,800 year impact and that 11,600 year impact, they think, came from the same debris field, and that we pass through that debris field every so often. So we could be looking at something that's we're just going to keep getting hit by objects from that debris field. It's just whether or not we happen to pass through when there's a big enough object in the way. There's so much we don't know about, says Mr. Hugh. The cool in the earth because of the Tonga disaster. Toba. I hear I can't remember that particular, but I'm sure it did cool us down. They do not know, says Mr. Lee. I'll kiss it goodbye. It'll be quick, says Wagon Breath. I don't want everyone to evacuate, says Timmy Boy. Why not? Why not? You don't want to save humanity? Are you afraid you'll be like Poet Man? You afraid you'll be like Poet Man, Timmy Boy? I'll have to tell you guys. I don't know. I think I've mentioned that before. Poet Man. I'll save it for another time. Poet Man. You're afraid you'll be Poet Man. You remember that? Kick-ass Earth Star, says Rexham. Raptor says, I think there's about 3, maybe 4,000 Bigfoot in the U.S. and Canada. The rest are maybe people's imaginations going wild. Yeah. I just don't think that's enough to 3 or 4,000 spread out over that kind of territory. They're not going to be able to. No, I just don't see it working. Being able to successfully continue their species under those circumstances, I just don't see it working. Mr. Lee says death by asteroid sounds good. Well, you better find out where ground zero is and just go set up your campsite there. Make it quick. All I'm saying, Mr. Lee, is the Eternus Empire wants to save everybody. So, hey, throw your support behind the throne. You know, if I get enough people, fuck, we'll fly away from this bitch. I'll recruit Elon Musk. We'll get the fuck out of here. We'll go see what the fuck's out in space, man. I bet there's some cool shit to see. Maybe we'll hijack the moon. If it's a space station, let's see if we can fix the engines on that bitch and just fly away on that. We'll find a job for you. I think we'll have a need for janitors to clean all the dirt and rocks off the surface of the moon. I want all that dirt and rocks off the surface of the moon, and I want you to polish that titanium hull. We want it to look good when we get to the next planet. Wagon Breath says, what's the difference between an asteroid and a hemorrhoid? Well, what's the difference between an asteroid and a hemorrhoid? Well, for the guy with the hemorrhoid, they both probably feel like the end of the world. There's Big Wagon. Hemorrhoids grow on your ass, Wagon Breath. Call hemorrhoids and hemorrhoids asteroids. I don't know. Grow your own food. They look up fools. I had them. That's a low number in my opinion, Raptor says Mogs. Raptor says hemorrhoid asteroid, same thing. We're all going to get hit by a pilot crap. About which part? Rutha says they go along to get along for whatever dumb reason in beliefs. I've seen that phrase said a few times lately. Go along to get along. I think it's been ruthless.
Bring the woman to me.
And where did I see? I saw someone mention it somewhere. I don't know. I'm trying to find something. Just a second.
Like, say, a muskrat.
I'm probably not going to be able to. Give me just a second. Just a second. Yeah, well, yeah, because you're saying the same thing you've been saying. Sorry about that. I'm going to, Ruthless, I'm going to play a video clip for you. You're gonna like it. I think you like this guy. Um, yeah. Well, if I can get to it, just a little clip from our friend Ken. Just a little clip from our friend Ken.
Tyranny and lies. Our job is not to ignore it, but to stand up against it. And unfortunately, we have this herd mentality among most people. They just want to go along to get along, which is exactly what a turd in the stream does. If you drop a turd in the stream, it follows the eddies and the currents. There's this ancient Pali word called sotepanna, which means a stream enterer. The person that is opposite, there's an ancient, Pali is a dead language, been dead now for nearly 2,000 years. There's this word for someone that doesn't flow downstream like a turd in the stream, and that is someone who's udam soto. That literally is an upstreamer, someone that goes against the stream, is heading towards the headwaters. That is, of course, a turd going downstream too is natural order. But there's two types of natural order. And that is a really important metaphysical point in this, don't watch this now video, is that, drop a turd in the stream, or like, say, a muskrat or a raccoon, dips his butt over the side of the river or the stream. He drops one, it's going to flow downstream. That's natural order, right? A lot of people do follow that paradigm of natural order, just kind of like the raccoon poop. It's going to float downstream. Fish is going to eat it somewhere along the way. Natural order.
Natural order. Natural order. Yeah, enough of that go along to get along shit for me. Like, because a lot of people just want, just play nice. Wait, hey, there's room for that. Like, a lot of people just want to just, be chill. But I can't let some of this shit go that's been going on in the cryptid community. These people are holding us back. And I know a lot of people feel like, well, they're not hurting me. Yeah, they are. They are hurting you. It's just in a roundabout way. It isn't direct. So, very well then. You know, if most of these people don't want to, you know, don't want to address those the hoaxers and the liars and the thieves, you know, they don't have to. You know, they don't have to. But I'll do it.
So no.
Somebody's got to do it. I think somebody's got to do it.
Ever.
And otherwise, they'll just go unchecked, and they'll just keep going and going, and you know, somebody's gotta stop some of this shit. So you know, might as well be me. Don't know how much I can actually do. You know, and maybe it'll make some people mad. Or like, why are you calling him out? I like that guy. I'm like, yeah, but he's fucking bullshit artist, or he's a liar, or he's a hoaxer, he's a thief. I mean, there's he and she's, there's he's and she's, you know, involved in all this shit. So they're all anchors holding this down. I'm clever, huh? Mr. Lee. Papa says, very interesting. I noticed with our last snow out west, it seems really, really white. I wonder if the last storms have cleaned out some of the ash. Being messed up, cargo goes with ship. Rep says, Mogion. 10% have actually seen one. 90% of people are having brain farts. Mean of the reports. But what if it's true that 10% of the reports only represent 1% of the people that have actually seen one, because most people won't talk about it? Afraid to be ridiculed or thought of as crazy. Alien Files Season 1. If you get a good answer just for let me know. Timmy says, let's just say I know a lot of people that don't deserve to be evacuated, you know, politically speaking. Yeah. Well, that's true. We'll sort them out in space. Hey, the good thing is Timmy boy, in space, we have airlocks. You want to be an airlock guard? You can be an airlock guard. Be Timmy boy, Sergeant Timmy boy, airlock guard, 3rd class, stationed at airlock 3006B. Yeah. We'll ignore the intercom. The intercom announcement. We'll hear the intercom announcement. Sleepy Joe, report to airlock 3006B. In Timmy Boy's voice. All right, what now? Yeah, I think you figured it out now. I don't piss off another person that claimed love, then change their minds. Papa says, hey, you know, just where they reflected light all at once. Did that through. So hoping for something funny. Sexy Ken, says Mr. Lee. I mix red, blue paint, you get black. You mix red, green, and blue, you get white. Don't know what you're talking about there. Papa Crick says, ain't that the dangest thing, Chessport? I think God has a sense of humor. Papa says, and he has a globe tattooed on his arm. Oh, no, he don't have a globe on his arm. Why are you saying he's not a flat earther? If you're thinking about that, no, he's not a flat earther. Natural order. I can confirm that Papa Craig. I do like a good laugh, says I was me. Walk your own path. He's a hoaxer. He doesn't even believe himself. Who's that? No disrespect. Got a bounce program, some scanners. Everyone have a kick-ass rest of your weekend. You too, Jimbo. Tim Boy says, you should be calling people out just because I find it super entertaining. Oh, yeah, Patrick Vaughn sucks. Timmy Boy. Just help us find out the truth and whatever accounts that are being told out there that are bullshit will be immediately exposed. Although some people still claim the same shit, you know. You know, even if they like a lot of them, like some people, because some people can't, like, they can't swallow their pride and admit that they got fooled. So there's going to be a degree of that who will stick to they'll just double down on their story. They'll say, well, y'all may have discovered Sasquatch and you may have 50 of them on a slab, but you still ain't figured out all their magical abilities or some bullshit like that. Mark Dama says, got to head out. Catch everyone next time. Great show, Lockbeard. Thanks, Mark. Take it easy. Timmy Boy says, Major Timmy Boy to you, Lockbeard. Airhead Chief Class. Attention all planets of the Solar Federation. Mr. Lee says, Sexy Ken does talk some truth, though. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, keep seeing Ruthless say, talk about people that want to go along to get along, and it reminded me of what Ken was saying there. You know, just a turd in the stream. Painting your kitchen. All right, Wagon Breath, take it easy. Let me see here. See if there's anybody on. It's 8:37. Holy crap. UFO Man's on. Spaced Out Radio, KGRA ADB channel has the Freedom link on. Premiere episode? I don't know what the fuck that is. There's usually a paranormal show on there, but nothing much going on. Nothing Bigfoot don't look like hardly, unless Space Out Radio's got a Bigfoot guest on. Sometimes they do. There's a lot of woo shit going on over there. Palm reading next time, Wagon, says Mr. Hugh. Papa Craig says, oh, Papa must have heard shit wrong. It happens. Oh, about Ken? Yeah, no, Ken's not a flat earther, but a bunch of flat earthers show up to his live streams because they think when he explains, because he actually explains gravity correctly. Well, he explains gravity, period. Mainstream science can't explain gravity. I mean, they'll describe what it does. I mean, I can tell you that. I can tell you shit falls. But what's actually going there? And if you Ken actually explains that. But the problem is the explanation can sometimes be termed gravity is just incoherent magnetism. Well, flat earthers think that supports them because they believe that magnetism is what's pulling, but they don't understand magnetism. They sure shit don't understand gravity. They don't accept gravity. They think it's just magnetism, which actually turns out to be true, which makes them think that it supports them. But Ken is not a flat earther, and he does poke a little fun at flat earthers on occasion. He usually says, well, it's none of my business what people believe, is what he usually says. But gravity, just because gravity is in fact a form of magnetism, does not mean the earth is flat. So Timmy Boy says, I'm on it, bro. I can show you some shit on him and his character. Who exactly? Are you talking to me or? Michael says, Wagon, how many spray cans have you used so far? I'll read your palm. Is Lost Cryptids on? Well, why isn't YouTube showing that to me? YouTube, you suck ass. Why isn't YouTube showing that to me? It should be. Or are they getting ready to come on? Where, oh where? Trying to find the channel. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, YouTube didn't show me any kind of notification or showing me that they're live. Balls. Yesterday. Anybody offended? You guys have a good night. You too, Raptor. Is on at 10. I guess I could pull up the guide again. Flurps are like pigeons. They shit everywhere they land. Or shit wherever they land, yeah. Yeah. Timmy Boy says, only apologize when wrong, Raptor. No, Agent Gibbs says never apologize. It's a sign of weakness. Raptor, you do not offend me ever, just saying, says Mr. Lee. Notif's playing up. Papa Craig says, later Raptor, you can offend me. I'll just throw a fit. I'm harmless without my Nana by me. Sanders says, yes, getting ready. Pissing down the, what? Rain? Cold out there tonight, Mr. Lee. Says Mr. Hugh. Papa says, clear and 32 out here. I don't know what it's starting to, I feel it chilling down. It's 36 degrees. Looks like it's going to get down. What's it going to get down to tonight? Low 20s. Low 20s. Low 20s in eastern Oklahoma. The roads are mostly cleared off well enough to drive safely out here. Danny Boy says, Patrick, of course. Come on, Lockbeard. You know that. Patrick, of course, comes on. Lockbeard, you know that? I mean, I've seen him here a few times, but he doesn't seem to be regular in the chat. Unless he usually just stays quiet. Michael says, Mr. Hugh, if you put on your clothes, you won't be cold. Won't be cold. I'll pull Ken down off of there. Hope he doesn't mind me using a little bit of that video. So Timmy Boy, you just think it's funny to watch me take them on, huh? I mean, There's one case I was wanting to do pretty soon. I just needed time to kind of put together some more information on it, but unfortunately, um, you know, I don't want to. I don't want to. Some people don't want to be dragged into it. You know what I mean? So there's kind of a situation where it might inadvertently get someone involved that doesn't want to be involved. So I kind of got to table that for now. Because there was someone who, I think people need to know this person um, steals other people's materials, claims it's his. And so, yeah. Let me see here. Well, that's not supposed to be there. Hold on a second. There we go. Naked on the front porch. You'll sick in the mud next. You'll be wanting me to get dressed. Boy says, bro, you asked me who I was talking about, and Patrick is who? Rain heading straight for you, Iveless. Papa Craig's naked. Ruthless says, I doubt Kenny would mind. Santos gets away with pushing Flurf on the back of Ken's works. Yeah. You know what sucks is for years now, Ken's been doing live streams. It was like 3 or 4 nights a week. A couple hours, 3 hours sometimes. And he deletes them all. There's a lot of good shit in them live streams. He deletes them all. He doesn't. He does not give a fuck. I mean, he makes his content videos, but his live streams. I hope he keeps them saved somewhere. But it seems like he said he deletes them all. He doesn't save them. He certainly, at the very least, he don't leave them on YouTube. Team Boy says, "I'll help you with the call out shit if you need some help, bro." I mean, if there's evidence that someone's done something, we could certainly throw it on the screen. Maybe some. I just want to make sure the information's correct and the evidence is solid enough, and stuff that people can go and see themselves. If they don't want to believe me, they can go look themselves. But it just sucks that there's people that are, in some cases very well thought of in the Bigfoot community and the cryptid community, but they're guilty. And people go into their channels and stuff and watching them and thinking that they are on the up and up, and they aren't 100% on the up and up. And so that's irritating. They're muddy in the water in some cases. They, covering up for liars, or they're liars themselves. Well, I guess if you're covering for a liar, that makes you a liar too. So, just sick of it. All these years, and we haven't gotten anywhere. Other than every so often someone comes up with a new angle, have fucking quantum Bigfoot. You have, clear hairs. You know, it's just one thing or another. Somebody's always trying to think of a new angle. You know, the Bigfoots are aliens. They're jumping through portals. They cloak like the fucking predator. Their eyes are bioluminescent. They turn into fucking orbs. Mind speak. None of that shit has. It's shit that people said. And then you look at a lot of the people who seem to be pretty legit, and they just tell a story. Look, there was this dude. He was big. He was hairy. You know, he looked pissed off, or he yelled or something. Just a standard interaction with a person of some kind, with no magic involved. Well, you know, why was there no portals or cloaking or bioluminescent eyes or orbs coming at his ass? You know what I mean? Um, bunch of crazy shit that doesn't follow with the normal world that we see and observe every day. You know, some accounts seem to be rooted in the real world, and some accounts seem to be rooted in a load of shit with no proof. So, Michael Haywood says, or wait, did I skip smoother night without having to debate flat Earth every 2 minutes? Just saying. Yeah, Pyro. Thank you for being naked. Mr. Hugh, Mom likes a good laugh. Mr. Lee 3PO says, Lockbeard speak. Speak about what? What do you want me to speak about? Pyro is more pleasant all night. Yeah. Well, I think I might have run Mank off. I don't know. He didn't show up tonight. Maybe he's busy. Maybe he's flurfing somewhere else. Or he got sick of the abuse here. I don't know. Pine Island Research, good evening. Good sir. Yeah, welcome to the chat, Pine Island. Information and evidence, says Mr. Lee. Yeah. Legit information, legit evidence. So I don't know. I've come to a point where if someone's telling me, so the way it looks now, like the person I was mentioning earlier, I didn't say the name this time. I know for a fact stills other people's other people's evidence and presented himself and then covered his ass. I know for a fact that happened. And there's other people that know, but it just hasn't, it seems like most people don't know. This person, so can we trust anything this person says? This person claims mind speak bullshit as well. So I can't trust that. The person has been proven not to be a solid witness. So you go over to another witness like maybe Joe. Joe's not giving us any indication not to trust him. He saw Bigfoot. No mention of mind speak. So and that's an account that sounds more in keeping with the real damn world compared to this guy over here who's talking about mind speak shit, and I know for a fact steals people's shit, or at least he used to. He maybe don't anymore. He's gotten caught, a couple times at least. And there's a bunch of people who think well of this guy. They like him. He's friendly in person, I guess. But like I said before, you think Satan's gonna come up, looking like a horned devil and just attack you. No, he's going to sidle up and smile, and he's going to be in a nice suit. Say, hey, what's up? Not to equate the guy with Satan, but I mean, you get my point. The other day, North of Alabama says, I'm still here watching on TV. Donald's back. Papa says, I'm new to this online research, been having encounters for 53 years. I'm stunned at how little has been learned since Patterson Gimlin. Yeah. 19. None of them facts. All theories. Some very loosely supported, and none of them facts, says Jeff. Yeah, Mr. Lee says, Lockbeard, there is weirdness with Sasquatch, though, many have said. Yeah, many have said. That's true. But, just think, what if, because this weird stuff, it's stuff that can you confirm that any of the weird things independently are real? Can you confirm without Sasquatch that portals are real? Or any of that stuff, mind speak, any of that stuff. Can you confirm it? Prove that mind speak is real, like between humans or something. Now, once you prove that, then it becomes more plausible that Sasquatch can mind speak. But until mind speak itself is proven separately from Sasquatch, mind speak is still in the realm of fantasy. And accounts that include mind speak have to be, they're set back. They're separated. You separate. If you got some files with a bunch of accounts in there, you have the files that are in keeping with normal world shit. It was just a dude. He was big. He was hairy, and that's it. Okay, that's pretty normal. It has no magic. It wasn't riding on a freaking unicorn and farting orbs or anything like that. You put those files over here in the back burner somewhere. It's like, look, we'll get back to those after we investigate these more closely. We'll give those more consideration if they, for some reason, the crazy shit is proven to be real. But isn't it funny that these people that we can't find have all these magical abilities? I mean, don't they find that strange? Like, why aren't they just normal people? Why aren't they just, they're just an indigenous tribe. They're really reclusive. They worship turtles. Normal shit. It's real convenient. Like, a person can claim anything they want about Bigfoot when they're making up a Bigfoot story. So they're, these bullshit stories. If they're trying to get a name for themselves or looking to draw in people that want to believe all that bullshit, all that woo shit needs to be set aside. I just don't think it deserves any attention compared to more plausible accounts. Because I guarantee you, you got a lot of liars telling those stories. You got maybe some crazy people. You got some people that just mistook identities, like with eye shine. They probably saw a freaking raccoon or something. It was sitting on a branch in a tree. It was 9 feet off the ground. There were some bushes. Looked like altogether, it looked like the shadow of a big dude, and he had shining eyes to him. It was a mistaken identity. Earths, flurfs, farting orbs. I always said stolen from Jeff Harding. Yeah. Donald. Mank probably found some little girls to sell dots. What the hell? Timmy Boy says, "Hey Jeff, you did some stuff with clear hair, didn't you?" Well, they were talking about it, but look, prove those. We need prove it. It needs to be proven that actual Bigfoot. For one, it needs to be proven. If you got samples of hair with that have clear hairs in them, need to prove that was Bigfoot. It just looks to me like somebody got the idea from other animals and wanted to try and prove cloaking was real, and then this whole thing got out of hand. That's where I'm thinking right now. Until someone can prove this shit, it's getting too crazy. It's just getting it's just getting too crazy. If someone knows something is wrong, they observe it and remain silent, they become an enabler, says Ruthless. Mr. Lee says, I'm so frustrated to get to it all, man. Hey, or Mr. Lee says, yeah, I mean, me too, man. I mean, we've been hearing about this for years, and, I want some answers. There's some people in this community that don't ever want it discovered. They're afraid of what will happen if it's discovered, but I want it discovered. I want advancement. I want the, increase human knowledge, learn new things, and mysteries must be solved. And people are, they don't want the mystery solved sometimes, but, mysteries are great. We'll always find a new mystery. We'll always find new mysteries. But if we never solve any, then what's the point in having mysteries? We want to part of liking mysteries is the chance to discover the truth of the mystery, right? And if we never discover the truth of any mystery, then who gives a shit? Why bother? Searching for answers every day. Like people, bias becomes the defining factor. Timmy Boy says, guilty by association, Ruthless. I seek bios. Pine Island says, I don't refer to it as clear, Timmy. The hair I feel is authentic, is typically lacking a solid medulla core, and thus is very limp. It looks translucent like whiskey and water or smoke color. One thing we do for certain is Bigfoot is good at hide and seek. Peace state. Miss Yu says, well, with that, I am out. Peace to all and stay safe. Fortunately, they will come like that, mate. Another day says, I'm so tired. I don't know what is wrong with me. I'm listening, but going to lay down. Night, y'all. Well, good night another day. Thanks for coming. Probably going to quit soon anyway. I really should quit. I mean, it's supposed to be 6 to 8, but Donald says, Mr. Lee, it's going to take more than a person who can fly a drone to get footage and evidence. If Pat thinks he's just going to fly his drone and film these things, he's delirious. Well, I mean, he can at least determine, are they there? Get the drop on them and proving he can get the drop on them. There's something to be learned from what he's planning to do, I think. But is he going to be able to get good footage? I don't know. Because you're going to have to use, two different types of filming, and you got to locate them and then go in with the HD stuff, and I don't know. I don't know how it's going to work. He seems to think he's got a plan to get some footage. And then if he can prove that they were at a location, maybe he can go into a place they weren't expecting him to go and collect, some physical evidence, some footprints, some hair, something. I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see what happens. Me personally, I don't got the funding to do shit like that, and I got the new game cam I got is at the post office now, so I'll be trying to put that out and trying to, I'll be hopefully doing it differently than most people. I think the key is not being seen putting it out there and making sure that you hide it well enough that they're not going to know it's there. Like, you can't just strap a game cam to a tree, I don't think. If I'm out in the woods every day, like, there's been places where I was there a lot, and if anything changed, like, I knew every inch of the place. Like, there was this river I used to hang out. I was there all the time. If anything changed, I would have noticed. And I think Sasquatch are probably like 10 times better at noticing. Like, putting a game cam on a tree in their forest would be like setting a basketball on someone's table in front of their couch between them and their television set and expecting them not to notice it. Yeah. So, Papa says, order will do it. Mind speak. There's a lot of people who claim that Bigfoot can communicate telepathically, that they actually talk to you in your mind. His dirt, who is more in the leverage position. What? Man, how far behind chat am I? Term is elite capture, I think. Actually, there's something really weird about them being able to hide from me when I was at my best in the woods. Well, I mean, but we're human though. I mean, we're normal humans. We wear clothing, we wear shoes. We go back to our homes and sleep in a bed. They're out there all the time. They're truly part of that environment in a way that we can never be. A Bigfoot can be probably sleeping on the ground out in these woods right now and be perfectly comfortable, but no matter how much cold tolerance I think I have, I'm probably going to need some, like a good warm sleeping bag or fire. I just couldn't do it. I'm just a normal person. Bigfoot's a different deal. And if they, have, 100,000 years of breeding behind them, 100,000 years trying to stay a step ahead of us, then I would say that almost any human today at their best would have an extremely hard time catching up to the most pathetic Sasquatch. So I wouldn't, so I wouldn't go so far as to say there's something weird about them. It's just that they are that good. They're that good, I think. But they do fuck up sometimes. So I guess the key is to be lucky enough and out there enough that you happen upon the chance to encounter one who is screwing up. Mr. Lee says, no, Lockbeard, you shouldn't set the woo aside, man. Until someone brings some evidence and I stop seeing the woo people, they tend to be the ones who when it comes to someone who does something that's definitely unethical and proven to be unethical, you know, tends to be them. Papa Craig said it's really hard to set the woo aside when your dick gets knocked into the dirt by infrasound. Well, I mean, an infrasound isn't too. It isn't, you know, because we know animals. See, it's a different deal. We know of animals that use infrasound. So that's nowhere near. You know, I wouldn't go so far as to call that woo. You know, that's not that's. I wouldn't go so far as to call it the thought of infrasound being woo. But what I would suggest is the possibility is that people who think that they got hit by infrasound from Sasquatch may be mistaken. Maybe they encountered a mountain lion, and I mean, you know, that's a lot more plausible that it was just a mountain lion. You know, they didn't see the mountain lion, and even if they did see a Sasquatch at the time, you know, maybe it just happened that the Sasquatch was there too. You know, they how can they say for sure it was the Sasquatch using the infrasound? Maybe the Sasquatch was just watching because it knew the mountain lion was there and knew that you may have been in danger, and maybe it was, you know, trying to get you to go a different direction, or maybe it wanted to help you, or maybe it just wanted to watch the show. But you know what I mean? It's like just because someone's looking at a Sasquatch and they get hit by infrasound, that does not mean, that's not confirmation that the Sasquatch is the one who used the infrasound on them. There could have been something else there, and a mountain lion is a good possibility. It's because, you know, other big cats are known to do it. I think there is confirmed that mountain lions do have the ability to use infrasound, and yeah, so that's just something that folks should consider. You know, is that they might be mistaken about who's using infrasound, but infrasound doesn't fall into woo for me. Or Bigfoot turning into orbs or jumping through portals or using mice speak, that's the woo stuff. Thought you were in prime. Oh yeah, Pyro, they sound 70 years young. Anything on the water? Fractal reality. Oh man, we don't want to get into that, Ruthless. At least not tonight. Fish Surgeon Santa. That's a little. Pyro says, so the mind is honed, but the body is lacking. Sounds like someone I know. Jet boat. Propensity for sucking eggs. Jeff says, Donald, people could have said the same thing about PG. If they think they're going to ride around on horseback and film them, they're delirious. Yeah. Yeah, especially now. I think the only reason they pulled that off back then was because the Bigfoot weren't. I have no way to know this for sure, but I think Bigfoot knows there's something up with these cameras now. At first they didn't know what it was. You know, maybe that human's got a weird satchel on his horse there. What's that? It's not a gun. It's definitely not a gun. I don't know what that is, but now I think they know that these things are an issue. I have no way to prove that. I just, you know, I just feel like they may. You know, they're smart enough to know that they need to avoid whatever the hell that is. Even if they don't truly understand what a camera is, they know it's something to avoid. They don't fly that way. But also sounds like an exoplanet to me, like sliding on ice. Propensity in public. explanation, Jeff. Microphones as well as trails. Kind of scary pyro. I used to get to drive. Everyone loved the sway bar, Granddad. Yakima. First needs a Easter Bunny to bring him a high dollar drone. Even then, I'm with you. Yeah, something like that. God made me do it. Serious predator. We are normal by our standards. Mr. Lee says you saw Sasquatch Lockbeard. Tell me. I talked about that before. I'm gonna try and catch up with Shat, Mr. Lee. I mean, I guess I could mention it before, but I'm not sure it was a Sasquatch. I can't say I know what it was at this point. It was so long ago. I was so young. The memory's so faded. Just don't think you are going to get the upper hand with these things flying a drone above a canopy. Yeah, probably not. Doesn't hurt to try, I don't think. Donald agree. That's a rubbish idea. Need one of those mini drone bugs. Papa Crescent Lockbeard lived in the mountains for a year at a time, kinda. Came back sometimes. I had gear. I heard them, saw their marks, and after many years walking right by one, he thought he was invisible. Huh. Animism, not aminism. Yeah. Donald Fuller is lighting you. 75. Quit smoking. Papa says, think what you want, Lockbeard. I was there. My grandson was there. Others were there. I don't believe it's infrasound either. No, I know mountain lions. I mean, how do you know? So you think it was a magical thing? You don't think it was infrasound? And then how do you know it came from the Sasquatch? Because I thought you said it was infrasound. Paramedic says 2 shows ago on Lost Cryptids, the guest recorded infrasound and showed it in a spectrograph. Looked like the real deal. But can they prove the infrasound came from a Sasquatch and not a mountain lion? Tim Boy says it could have been adrenaline or natural EMF. A really old mountain man, fisherman, and geezer, says Papa. They smart enough to know to avoid us bipeds. They avoid us when we get things in our hands pointed in their direction, says Donald. Reaching Cold Mountain, welcome, says the Industrial Revolution with the vibrations of engines, etc., drove them to ground and to avoid us. Chessboard says, Papa Craig, do you know if the Mountain Man 10 that was on History Channel is still alive? I got rid of TV a few years ago, thanks. Mr. Lee says, Donald Sasquatch must know the gun. Uncle Bum says, Papa Craig, I heard screams near our house several times. Then we seen one across the road, 9+ feet. Until one sees or hears, they do not know. Papa says, not magic, maybe EMP or something. I put a question mark by the infrasound. Well, EMP would be a strange one, like, because we don't know of any other creature that can create an EMP aside from, unless you're going to look at something like an electric eel. But then again, that's an electric eel. producing an electrical shock, right? There's no primates known to be able to do such a thing, and or humans, aside from someone dragging their feet across the carpet with socks on and getting the static charge built up. I mean, it just gets into an area that starts to get we need where's the precedent, of some other primate that can do something like that, or even a mammal at all, for that matter. And then and if you can't see, that thing coming at you, this EMP or whatever you think you might have been hit with. I mean, how do you prove what it was? Like, how do you prove it's an EMP? And then how do you prove it fired out of a Sasquatch and hit you? You know what I mean? And I mean, have you experienced infrasound from a mountain lion? And then, even if you have experienced infrasound from a mountain lion, how can you say it always feels the same from every mountain lion? And also, how can you say it always feels the same to you at all? They may feel different at different times. There's so much that needs confirmation. So you know what I mean? It's just a lot that needs to be proven. They definitely know what the gun is all about, says Donald. Reaching says, I grew up off grid from 5 to 18 just outside Yosemite National Park, which means some among them are killers in native language. 1 hour off pay road, never saw anything. When I go back now, it feels dead. I don't know if I saw 10 Chessman. Pyro says the guest was recording what he thought was Sasquatch talking at the time. It sounded weird, though. So he don't know for a fact it was Sasquatch talking. Yeah, I mean, I'm not feeling very, I'm not feeling very confident about that. I mean, if someone says, "Well, I recorded the sound; it was Sasquatch talking in the woods." Well, were you able to see the Sasquatch and see its lips moving and be able to correlate the movements of its mouth with the noises that were being made, and detect with your ears that the sound was coming directly from that Sasquatch? And so there's that. A lot of people saying, I'm this is Sasquatch talking. Well, you can't prove it. You got sounds in the woods. Could have been people, for all you know, that you couldn't see. Could have been echoing down a valley or whatever. I mean, who knows? I mean, until someone records the sound with a camera on the Sasquatch, and can confirm that sound's coming from the Sasquatch, it's just all unproven at this point. Because I'm not aware of anyone that's done that. I don't think, that has it on camera, the sound and the Sasquatch and its lips moving. I mean, we just walking it back to reality. What do we actually know? There's these claims out there, and a lot of people are just running with it. And I want to slow our roll a little bit on some of this stuff. With that, Ernie was hearing scratching in his ears. Interesting watch. Well, maybe he's got a problem with his ears. You know, I mean, prove what the scratching is. You know, I mean, it's a hell of a leap to. I got scratching on my ears. It must be Sasquatch. It's quite a leap. Could be a lot of different things. I mean, he could have jumped to it's a ghost, or he could have been just having a stroke. You know, what I mean, it could be 1,000 different crazy theories, or some plausible theories, or more plausible. Anyway. Winston, the leprechaun destroyed his laptop. Man, most people just got gremlins in their laptop. Leprechauns some next level shit. Didn't you see that movie? You don't fuck with leprechauns. Papa Craig says, "Oh my gosh, you would call getting zapped weird, wouldn't you? Something drains my flashlight and camera batteries when I have an encounter. Bigfoot's the only thing making noise in the vicinity." But I mean, can you? I mean, I'm just saying. Can you confirm? Did you have your eyes on the Bigfoot and can confirm that the noises were coming from the Bigfoot? The batteries drain. I mean, that's interesting. It's just that I don't know. I guess I'm gonna have to experience drained batteries myself, but I just can't help but wonder if maybe people are just, forgetting to charge batteries or forgetting to put new batteries and stuff. They think they got new batteries. I mean, I'm being asked to believe people in a lot of cases I don't know at all, telling their stories on all these channels about batteries. And now maybe there is some people telling the truth. I'm not saying that everybody's lying. I'm just saying that some people probably are, in that, and that some people may be mistaken. Maybe their batteries just failed, you know. Sometimes batteries just fail. But I mean, I can say, I mean, and maybe it was just an EMP from something else. I don't know. It sounds really cool. I mean, if Sasquatch can produce an EMP, that is cool. We got to prove it though. I mean, I think I had an EMP happen in my travel trailer once. Maybe. I can't say for sure. I'm not willing to say for certain that's what happened, but I can tell you what happened though. I had 2 projectors in the trailer. They both fried at the same time. The microwave fried and never worked again, and my cell phone fried all at the same time. My cell phone was not plugged in; it was in my pocket. However, the computer was fine. And as far as I'm aware, no other electronics in the trailer was messed up. But all those items were fried all at once, and I can't explain how that happened. Considering where I was at, I really doubt there was a Bigfoot next to the travel trailer. And then why would it be trying to fry my shit? Considering my trouble with the feds near that time, it could have been them. They could have fried my shit. But I'm not prepared to say it's definitely anything because I don't know. All I can tell you is all those items fried. You're getting on my nerves again, Hiveless B, says Mr. Lee. Rutha says, he'll agitate you. He sure will. Homer Simpson. Rutha says, Bart versus Australia episode. Fair at best. He goes at me, bro. Keep your interventions fair at least. Oh, it's Mr. Lee. Papa Christ says, Lockbeard saying I didn't see it, so I can't prove it is a cheap shot. You don't want to listen to us. And we are all you got. I mean, I'm listening, but I'm also saying we got to prove these things. I mean, I don't think it's a cheap shot. I mean, I'm not putting it that way. I don't think. I'm not saying that. Look. I mean, the fact is if you don't see the sound, you don't see the Sasquatch making the sound, right? I mean, and even if you do, it's like it's I don't know, man. I mean, it's just I hope everyone can understand out there, like, we need to be able to prove stuff. I mean, we need actual proof, and not to get upset, when people are asking for proof. It's like Joe says over on his channel. He's like, I saw it, but he's like, but that's not proof. He understands it's not proof, and he's not upset by the fact that everyone can't just believe it just because he says. We need to see proof. So I don't know. Don't know what to tell you. I just it's a very strange thing. It's there's no precedent that's been confirmed with anything hitting people with EMPs, and so yeah. Reaching Cold Mountain says, what does happen is that energies are attracted to that area, both good and bad, because I was naive at 18 and bad tried to attract me. Never drank or smoked a doobie at that point. I literally saw a woman glitch. She went from a 5'9" chick walking back from work at the Awatney Hotel with me to a glittering bronze cobra standing on her tail. She didn't know I saw her. She then got me into the Ouija board. When the Ouija board asked her to have its baby, I cut ties and started finding God and asked my mom when she told me about things attacking her all her life. That's a wild story. Rutha says it's an attribution issue with these creatures. It seems there's a lot to be quantified. Central Florida Bigfoot, welcome. Rutha says, oh, it's a backhanded jab. Pete. Leprechaun, funny. Papa says, Lockbeard, if you won't listen to or believe us, there's no sense in talking about it. I'm not a tard like Kivlis. Well, I mean, I'm listening. I don't know what you want me to do. Yeah, I don't know what you expect. I can't just believe everybody's account. I just can't. It's something that hasn't been demonstrated in any other creature. There's no hard court evidence. You could be mistaken. I can tell you what, when my blood sugar is low, I don't trust my own brain. You know what I mean? I mean, a person could have You know, they just could be mistaken somehow. And I mean, I can't, if you can't expect people to just believe an account. Even if it doesn't include the weird stuff, you can't expect people, you can't be mad at people if they don't just believe your account. I mean, people are listening and they're hearing the account, but you know, if I go around and just believe everyone's account, then that's not going to help anything. I mean, I'm a person of science, and I need to see evidence of things. I can't just say, well, this person told me the story and it's legit. I don't know that it's legit. So, I mean, and it's kind of a red flag if someone gets mad if you don't just believe them. That's a red flag in itself. So, I mean, that's what I would suggest to everyone that has an account. Do not get mad when people don't just believe everything you say. That is a red flag. Um, so take that for what it's worth, I guess. But so Papa Craig says cool man, my friends, I've had experiences with those boards that made us pinch them away. Donald says, Lockbeard, you ever talk about the brown mountain lights? Most can be explained, but there is some that are interesting. No, I haven't. Reaching says, Ruthless, well, twice and I was done. That crap was already making a beeline for me. I looked and said, no, thank you. Ruthless says, to me, it's like people that bang on DMT experience, even before they have it, they bring a preconceived notion into the experience, hence almost same experiences. Yeah. The whole discussion about the machine elves, like if people have been talking about machine elves, well, you know, perhaps that's what's happening. Is the reason why they see machine elves is because other people said you're going to see machine elves, and then their mind constructed that in the hallucination. Now, I don't think they're just dealing with hallucinations though, but that's a whole nother subject right there. uh, and more proof needed, of course. Same thing. Towards even company. Papa says, I guess where we really differ is I don't want their existence proven. That may not be right, but I worry they won't let me go into my favorite places again. I don't know if they have a choice. Humans seem to be doing whatever we want. Donald says, as of everything we say is all speculation until we get one taken down. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, look, if no one had ever seen an electric eel, and I come back from the wilderness and I say, look, I was fishing and I grabbed this eel, and it shocked me. It shocked me unconscious. It had electricity. Man, no one's gonna believe that shit. They're gonna think I had a stroke out there or something. They're just not. So, that's where we got to go out there. We got to find the offending creature, and then we got to study it and figure out, okay, what's this weird superpower it's got? Now we know that electric eel doesn't have superpowers. It just, it just has the ability to deliver an electric shock. And with something like that out there, an EMP delivered by an organism may be plausible. But there's no creature that I'm aware of known to be able to do that. So it's a real strange thing. And again, like some people have brought up, like, you know, like with the orbs and the Bigfoot. Okay, if orbs are real, which, you know, maybe they are, I don't know. Just because a Bigfoot and an orb in the same place doesn't mean they have anything to do with each other. Maybe they're just two different things that hang out to get at the same place sometimes. Maybe they don't give a shit about each other. They just happen to be in the same places sometimes. But some people seem to want to put this whole thing together where, you know, they have something, some connection. Well, for me to believe that, I need proof. Well, I don't mean to cheap shot you or diss you. I'm just, I hear your story. I've seen your interviews, you know. Um, but, um, but ultimately, you know, I just, when it comes to the weird stuff, I need to see, I want to see evidence of this stuff. Just want to see evidence of it. I mean, it'd be really cool if some of this crazy stuff is true. It really would. It's just that, you know, a lot of these things, the portals and the cloaking and all that stuff is just not known and proven phenomena without the Bigfoot. But it just seems like there's people, they want to tell a crazy Bigfoot story, and they can basically add whatever stuff they want into the story because the whole thing isn't true anyway for a lot of these people. Not you, you know. And I think a lot of people are telling the truth, but yeah. There's people taking advantage of the situation, and they're messing it up for those who have had actual encounters. You know, they're making the whole thing look crazy. They're muddying the water. As I was raised to be naive and innocent, they asked me, said, no, thank you, says, Ruthless says there's more to schizophrenia than understood. Papa Craig, don't think he's dissing you, says Donald. Mr. Lee's eating meatballs with pecorino cheeses. Papa Craig says, I don't know, Rufus. I've seen some really solid, strong people get viciously attacked by a demon when using a Ouija board. Reaching says, Rufus, if you're going to start throwing mental illness diagnoses around, I'd like to see some credentials. A decade in the military and numerous routine tests prove your civilian guess wrong. Well, you know, that story was pretty wild. I'll say that. Ruthless says humans like to fill gapped information. Yeah, that's the human brain has to do that. It was good because I've talked about that with pareidolia. You know, it's better to mistake a shadow in a bush for a person sometimes than it is to fail to spot an enemy in the bush. So your brain is working on overdrive to find faces. So I think that's why pareidolia happens. Your brain wants to make for damn sure you don't miss the real ones, so it makes mistakes with shadows and bushes and shit. And it's just a matter of survival. 50 years ago, we had a silence for these people, and today they walk among us. It's all right though, chessboard. They're all on medications. People with a demon in them, because that don't make for a demonic possession by default. Says Ruthless. Relax, mate, because the opposite I'm referring to schizophrenic. It's a spectrum disorder. You won't get that from fat turds writing the DSMs. Iva says, Mr. Lee, you just inspired me to make some late night pasta and pesto tuna. I'm not a chef. Uncle Bone says, Papa Craig, they all downgrade my sighting because it was a road crossing and what the fuck, they can all get fucked. They downgrade your sighting? So it's not like, you mean like the Class A and the Class B or what they call them? What their grading system? Fucking machine else shit, says Ruthless. Yeah, machine else. That's some. I don't know what to make of that. One of these days, Ruthless, I guess I'm gonna have to take that little trip and see what the fuck I see, and then I have to figure out. Well, did I just hallucinate some shit, or did I see the goddamn machine else? Pop Craig says, I never believed, nor did I tell anyone for 50 years what I saw because of fear of ridicule and being called a liar. And they just couldn't be until Nana started corroborating the experiences. Yeah. Yeah, no one's calling you a liar here, and no ridicule here. Ruthless says that shit. You're not discounting what you experienced, Papa Craig says Ruthless. Chessboard says, Ruthless, I don't disagree with that, but you missed my point. Mr. Lee says, pasta is not keto, Hiveless. No, it's not. Ruthless says, Chessboard, probably I should have gone further. You put idiots with non-idiots long enough, it spreads like cancer. Word of mouth, monkey see, monkey do. What exactly are your credentials beyond keyboard warrior? What? Papa Chris says, I'm just trying to get Lockbeard to see he may be shutting some people out. He almost did me. I thought talking to him about it would be okay, Ruthless. It is. I'm not shutting people out. I'm just saying, I put a higher priority on experiences that, that fall within the realm of normal known phenomena, that's all. Hey, it'd be cool if they were proven that they can create portals and shit. I think that there may be some room for the existence of such a phenomena in the way the universe functions, possibly. But I will believe that when I see it, but for now, I don't believe portals are real. They're just within the realm of possibility. Ruthless says life experiences does equate to something. Chessboard says months on this planet. Discuss them, I get it. Chessboard, Yo Geezer. Reaching Cold Mountain. Thanks for saying that, Lockbeard. You're welcome. Reaching Cold Mountain before you. Chessboard, okay. So at the 6th cognitive ability, his latter holding abilities relevant to the young and strong. Just sent you a picture of my fantastic meatballs and pecorino cheese. Cheese, Mr. Lee, pecorino. Oh, yeah, cheese. I have several blocks of cheese sitting over here. I might have to jump on that here in a little bit. Always be heard. Thanks for sharing. You have helped me talking about my sighting. Thank you. Mr. Lee says yes. Chessboard 41. Sounds like a good pot munchies type of cuisine. Democrats, mate. Jung was a fool. Freud was a deviant. So your creds in such regard aren't worth shit. Look outside your window, mate. What the hell? Craig says, G's come out and I was busy whining at Lockbeard. What the heck did they say to make you talk so mean? Oh, I don't know. It's probably Ruthless' fault, though. Reaching says, okay, if this isn't a discussion forum, but rather a high school mean girls clique, I have better things to do. Y'all could have educated guests versus being rude. You just gotta ignore Ruthless sometimes, man. he comes off a little mean to some people, but he's just Australian. Chessboard says reaching come out. They don't know the damn thing. Like Socrates, one thing only I know, and that is that I know nothing. No meds? Yeah, no meds. Ruth says no one ever seen a shadow and double take thinking it was something other than a shadow. Donald says, Mr. Lee, Doritos, plain sour cream. Yeah, I did. I used to dip chips in sour cream all the time. A lot better than that crap dip they sell on the shelf. Harvest B says, I know, I'll get back on. I lost stone. Not too bad. Channel that comes from. Machine House. YouTube, yeah. I mean, they talked about it on Joe Rogan, and they've talked about it elsewhere, and you know, on the one hand, I know that the substances modify. Actually, where is another day? She might have gone to sleep because I was going to respond to that the other night when she was live about my interpretation of what to try and wrap our minds around what's going on with them substances. The brain's like well, I mean, Ken calls it a radio, but like a computer with a firewall and antiviruses and shit. So it's got to be connected to the internet, which is the universal consciousness, but it needs to be walled off. So you're only allowed to remember things in this particular the existence of this physical body, not the memories that you have that are part of that are out there. So you got this wall up, and then each of these substances open a window or a door or they take down this antivirus or approve this dirty website or let some stuff in. So everything up to NNDMT opens a door or a window in some regard or another to this. But then you get to 5-MeO DMT, which seems to like blow the walls open, brings down all the firewalls, all the antiviruses, and then you completely forget you're an individual, and you completely reconnect with the entirety of your consciousness. And of course, once the substance wears off, because the biochemical firewalls and antiviruses come back up, and now you're stuck back in this limited mind. Like, you can't even make sense of what you just experienced because it's so big and so crazy and profound and beyond the comprehension of the mind that you got to exist with in this meat puppet, that you can't make sense of it. Now, that probably didn't make any goddamn sense. Jess says, remember when men used to argue about dick size instead of how elaborate their sightings were? I miss those days. Holy shit, Jeff. Well, if you'd like, I mean, you know, everybody get out your rulers. Let's see here. I shouldn't need. Yeah, this ruler should do for this. Yeah, this will be plenty of ruler. I think you guys might need a different size ruler. I don't know. Um, just happen to have this little ass ruler sitting here. That day is cold, Gulf of Mexico. Papa Craig says, bye, Cole. We sure will miss you, little girl. Health man. 5 years before I was medical authority, 4 packs. Pete should dip into his inheritance for cooking classes. Jeff, yours is still longer. Getting it alive, totally agree. Get back at it, back on it. Excited, not ball sag. You're winning that one. Oh shit. Tim Boy says, "Ha, that been proven, Lockbeard, because I don't go around seeing faces, but I still don't believe any pic video footage you have to explain or manipulate to see the subject. Because I don't go around seeing faces, but I still don't believe any pic video footage. Not not sure I quite understand." Papa says, "I'm learning and trying, Miss Lee. Feeling better. Lost 7 pounds. Sometimes. True facts. Carbs. No carbs. Never ignore you. Cut all sugar and salt. Carbs are rubbish. I didn't see Ruthless what called definitive thought. Wanted to hear what it has to say. All you do, Region says, all you dudes are here because you ain't got no wet hot pocket to stick it in. See, now you're catching on. You'll fit in here nicely. Sugar. Good food now processed. Nothing from a canner box. Small, but it's awfully cute. I haven't checked my email. Did you send an email or something? Switch to how I eat. Big meal. Yeah. Really was measuring your stuff? No. Man, it's pretty cold out here. I'm not pulling anything out. That's for damn sure. Throw off my measurement anyway. Your beard. Oh, your beard. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That email. Yeah, I got that. I got that. You better take your vitamins. No diet. Papa Crick says, "Awesome guys. I'll take all the coaching I can get." Uncle Bone says, "Doing great, Papa." Rutha says to Craig, 20 minutes elevated heart rate, brisk walk is great stuff. Yes. Yeah, I got your email. Why, you want me to pop it on screen? Where's that email at? Yeah, where's that at? I gotta hide your information now. I can't pop it on the. I can get the picture up. Regrowing your beard. Do it. All right. All right. Let's see here. Share screen. There we go. Boom. There is no dick pics. Well, me, Mr. Lee, keep those to ourselves. Your bald head. I don't see a bald head. I see a beard. See a nice two-tone beard going on there. Patty Troy says, "Let's see his beard." Mr. Lee's like, "Boom." If this cold front was, yep. Hey, look, y'all, we finally got Mr. Lee's face on the screen. Have you sent this to Mogs, Mr. Lee? See, y'all put this on your avatar and go on Mogs. See, you're halfway there. You're halfway there. You're talking in chat, and your face is on the screen. So just another step. This is a man destined for stardom, says Papa. Patty says, "Looking good, Mr. Lee." Donald says, "Geez, Mr. Lee, you're my doppelganger. You wear bald great, Mr. Lee." I can't see a bald head. I am imagining like a crew cut up on that head, probably. Is that right, Mr. Lee? Uncle Bone says, "Dang." Mr. Lee says, "It's fucking me and I ain't no woman." Oh, well, Mr. Lee, this picture doesn't prove that. These days, I've seen women that look more manly than you do. And that's no reflection on you. That's no reflection on you. That's just, now you can go on Mogs. Yeah, your face is on the screen. So now we just gotta get the face, moving, and then you're talking in chat. So now we can get you just talking, on screen. No, why not? Why don't you go on and talk to Mogs? Mogs wants to talk to you. Timmy Boy says, if this cold front was a few weeks ago, Pat could have blamed it for losing his balls. He lost his balls? Just kidding. Well, I don't know how the fuck this happened, but we've been on for 6 hours. Or no, I'm not sorry. 4 hours. And hopefully we didn't run over on Central Florida Bigfoot. I don't think he went on tonight. I didn't see him when I checked earlier. But anyway, so we'll pull Mr. Lee down. Donald says, "Good session." Thank you, Donald. I gotta wind her down. Wow, great show. Lockbeard says, Timmy. Thank you, Timmy. Thanks for having me, Lockbeard, says Ruthless. You're welcome. We're welcome. Good people. Thanks. You too, Uncle Bones. Geez, I gotta go get Nana some salad fixings later. See you later, Papa Craig. Thanks for joining us, everybody. All right, you guys. I'll see you next time.